7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We welcome you to participate in the program. Text in 314-399-9646. That's 314-399-9646. You can call in 314-974-0101. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, or gather with friends and watch at YouTube.com/TMASTL. And Doug in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Jake Reynolds, John Scores, and Sick Paths.
Don't know him.
We're all waiting for us and expressing good tidings for a beautiful Friday morning in the gateway to the West.
Well, we like good tidings and comfort of joy.
Earl?
Mm-hmm. So
Earl Vaughn.
It's just nice to have friends there waiting for you. When you get up in the morning and get ready to spit a bunch of hot takes, you'd like a little pat on the rump every now and then.
Yeah, the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club just got in there, and he says Tim's voice hits better than Folgers. You Folgers guy?
The best part of waking up is Timmy in your cup.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Nice.
there it goes.
Doug's really hitting it right
Yeah,
now.
the audiologist has
compressing the
advised
gong.
me to wear a...
Hi, Doug. That's from the 618. So there
Well,
you
hello,
go.
618er.
Jackson's only 15 days away from going back in there and updating text inbox names for those of you who are 618.
Countdown is on?
Yeah, people start buzzing.
Yeah, once it
because
gets
they
under
make
15.
requests after the first week of the month, and you know, the bylaws of the program say no. I'm sorry, first week of the show. That's it.
Is it kind of odd that that's the
First week of
thing
the
for
month.
people, that they look forward to that, changing their name on a text line?
Whatever blows people's hair back. Who am I to judge?
Amen.
Not
Nice.
to mention it's excitement about this program, and that's the gasoline that keeps us rolling down the highway.
That was so well said.
BTO rolling down the highway. Look at you, tying it all
Yeah,
together.
Randy pushed his concert back to Sunday, but Martin, as it turns out, Brooks and Dunn and Cat Williams, neither one of them were willing to move their concerts. And so, Doug, we've got ourselves a long playoff schedule for the Blues and Jets. Why, take a gander at this one. You go Saturday, tomorrow, 5 p.m., and you're going to get that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 4 p.m., puck drop 5 p.m. Then Monday, and a 6:30 start. How do you do?
Good. Yeah, I like that.
2 days off. Now we're back in the Mound City, and that's going to be the late night one. I was watching some NHL podcasts previewing the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Blues Jets, and boy, they're all not happy about the 2.5-hour windows that Stanley Cup playoff games are given on television. Because,
there's no chance you play in 2, and it's more like 2:45.
and what if it goes to overtime?
Yeah.
Overtime in the
Could go
NHL
forever.
is eternal.
SEC basketball would like to have a
Yeah.
word. This
Yeah.
is our thing.
So you have that. I set the over-under at 843.5 for Jackson yesterday on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Jackson took the over for the puck drop of Game 3.
Well, they'll be doing 2 anthems, won't they? Both Canadian and American anthem.
Yeah.
They're really going to, I
Adds
feel
another,
even better
what,
about it.
3
You feel
minutes?
really good? You feel like that number's too low? There's value?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a crazy number. It's not one where it's like, what do they call it? Bankrupt your bookie. But
Bankrupt your bookie.
But it's a tasty number, but I like the over. It's always the over.
Who wants to be tasty number? And then, Doug, nothing on Friday because Brooks and Dunn are playing.
Okay.
Nothing on Saturday because Cat Williams
Got
is
it.
playing. And then the Blues get together with the Jets for Game 4. High noon. Another 2 days off. And then off to Manitoba they go. Time to be determined.
Okay. I guess you can't really blame these artists for not wanting to change. They've got schedules, too. They've got people who've made flight arrangements and everything it takes to put on one of these shows.
Of course.
Probably got
Who would
another
blame
show
them? Is there
down
somebody
the
blaming
street.
them? Is there a takesmith out there?
No, but I'm sure there's some people frustrated that the Blues don't get whatever time they want on that building. But if these people have got contracts and they've got schedules, too, that's just the way it goes.
Doug, you think there'll be a guy in a Herb Raglan jersey outside protesting, saying,
I would hope.
my boys should be playing tonight. Pack up your gear and go. Tim, I love the logistics. I
know
dug
you do.
deep. I couldn't get anybody to bite inside that building. on what the negotiations are like.
I would have loved to have heard about that.
I was intrigued. What does it take? Who do you get to? Like, Brooks and Dunn have no idea. They have managers and people that handle this. Same with Cat Williams. I'm sure they don't even know what's going on. But is there a financial offer? What is the trade-off? And what is the contract that says you cannot move this date? Because I'm sure the Enterprise Center has to have some idea, hey, this could be problematic. And I couldn't get anybody to bite on it. I did hear there's about 12,000 tickets sold so far for Brooks and Dunn, but that the Cat Williams was like under 5,000.
Under 5,000.
That's what I was
Can
told.
we move that to Chaffetz, maybe?
That's what I was thinking. If you have a really low number, can you go to the artist and say, hey, listen, we've got a building. Can we work this out? Now, maybe there's a rush at the last minute to buy those tickets. Because I was kind of surprised. I know he's really popular. It seemed like a big building.
I agree.
I thought that
I
seemed
thought
like
it was
a big
odd
building.
in the moment.
Doug and I went to Sebastian Maniscalco together.
Well, not together. Same night.
Were we in the building together?
Yeah.
All right, we went together.
Well,
And our
Sounded a little dirtier when he said it.
did.
and our wives were off to the side.
You guys are married?
Beards.
I know, man. That's what you just did. You just soiled the sanctity of my wedding vows.
And Doug's.
That's true. And if you recall, Doug, great crowd, but certainly didn't fill the building.
Yeah.
Jackson, who's more popular right now, Sebastian Maniscalco or Cat Williams? You tell me.
That's a good question. Probably Maniscalco by I don't know. Cat Williams, his appearance on Shan Sharp's podcast did big numbers.
Well, that's because he just talked crap on people.
But he sort of reemerged in the last month, right? 2 months?
I give it to Sebastian by a
far.
nose hair.
Martin says by
far.
And Chairman
Right
is
now.
nodding.
Maniscalco is hot right now. Cat Williams was hot about 10 to 15 years ago.
It's all cyclical, though.
Hey, Olds! Cat Williams is a comedian, not an artist. That's from the 618, and Doug, they're not happy.
God sakes.
Don't some comedians consider themselves artists?
They release comedy albums.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a YouTube camera in the KC studio? I'd like to rewind it 30 seconds ago when Tim screams. I always picture them getting knocked off the air. I still picture KC playing vinyl and over there all right, man, let's do some Meatloaf. And then it just skips a beat because Tim read that text. And none of it really matters, but I do like the logistics of it. And I was just kind of surprised he was in that big a building in the first place, but it doesn't matter. Noon on a Sunday, that's a great time to take the family down and watch a little hockey. But it's a lot of downtime for the Jets. Maybe they'll get bored in our big city, Tim. Maybe they'll work to the Blues' advantage.
Or party so much they're just
yeah.
not ready for the game.
If
If I was the Blues, I don't think I would offer too much in the way of money for someone to change their schedule because you're going to sell out no matter when you play. I imagine the money that's going to come in is about the same regardless of what night you play. So why would you offer somebody $1 million or more to change their night? I bet they don't.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be a big number, yeah.
Yeah.
And I asked Montgomery about the
margin.
schedule. He said, I don't care. He said, it doesn't matter. You play when you play. They got the same deal as us. And I guess in the end, it doesn't matter.
But we do like logistics. and that's why it
Absolutely.
matters.
So the Blues will have a lot of days off. I don't know if that benefits them. I think some fans are operating on the premise that perhaps that increases the probability of a Dylan Holloway reappearance. My read on the situation is that I don't think they're thinking he's close. And so 2 days off, 3 days off, it doesn't matter. Dylan Holloway is not going to be part of the first round series with the Jets.
Yeah. But I suppose if you were to get through that first round, you get into the second round, maybe even the third, if you could buy another few days, another half a week or a week when it's all said and done, that might make a difference at that point. It could.
Doesn't May 4th sound like a long time from right now? May 4th. That's when Game 7 would be.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah.
So
May.
they have set the dates on.
Yeah, I believe.
I thought the 6 and 7 were TBA. So is Game 6 in St. Louis? Is that a Friday or Saturday?
Oh, I gotta
This
put
is
it up in
logistics talk, Doug.
It is, yeah, we like it.
Friday, May 2nd would be Game 6
Pony. I just announced a pony.
at Enterprise
Pony.
Center.
Sundress season, pony. Doug,
Really?
be ready.
Well, I don't have a sundress.
This should be the first episode of The Real Housewives of TMA, Game 6 of the Blues and Jets.
We could try to make that happen.
Maybe out back at Harry's, have them all just kind of having
Harry
a Cosmo.
They got absolutely
Have a nice day
leveled.
cafe. Velvet room.
Friday, May 2nd would be Game 6. I think most of us feel this will go at least 6, so that's a night. Put it on the calendar, and then if they advance to a Game 7, Sunday, May 4th.
Yeah, that seems like that's like 3 weeks away.
It is.
I guess it
two.
kind of is. 2.5.
Two-ish,
anyway,
yeah. But Bob Thomas not on the ice yesterday, and I think people are like, oh, boy. But
And he rescheduled his appearance on this program. And there were some people, to their credit, I guess, who were going, oh, what's going on with him not coming on the show? I wonder if that means the injury from Tuesday night against Utah is more serious. For the record, on the Stiefel dossier today, March 10, he is going to be with us at 8:30. Joey Vitale will be with us from 9:15 to about 10:20, and then we will ask a question.
he's on hold right now. But not on the ice. Everybody's like, oh, boy. And when he canceled or postponed his hit here, I was starting to wonder the same thing. But Montgomery said he'll be on the ice today. He said maintenance day. Matthew DeFranks of the Post-Dispatch said, is he practicing tomorrow? He said, yes, he'll be back out there. He said mostly today's practice was working on defense, and he said he doesn't need to work on it. So it sounds like whatever it is, if there's something, it's minor.
Have you ever taken a maintenance day from radio?
No, I'd like a mental health day.
Mental health day?
Yeah.
Doug, you have a mental health day?
Personal day, Doug.
Yeah.
Take a personal day.
Okay.
You used to take
neck was
3-week
hurting.
vacations.
No, I never did. Not one time.
Sevy, call in.
Not once did I ever take a
Sevy
vacation.
streaming the show right now? Probably
No,
not.
absolutely not. That's
Probably
100%. That's a 100% play. You can stream the show. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. And then you got a TMA STL app. Download the TMA STL app or just head on out and just see how cute we are. The texters or the YouTube chat making the observation that both Martin and Doug in their Easter pastels. Was that a conscious decision? Easter pastels?
Not really. No would be your short answer.
Okay.
I don't really think much about pastels or whatever other color I'm wearing.
Is this your shirt on? Yeah, I will. I'm going to lift up my shirt. Take a look at these C
Are you
cups.
kind of greenish?
Yeah. Is this pastel though?
And not a nice nip.
Look like a little Easter egg.
How do you feel about it? Can you tell the left one's pierced? It's a stud.
Oh.
Well, you asked about it.
Oh. I don't know if that's pastel. I guess it would be.
Well,
A light green, I guess.
Ball striking. Balls in the air 1240. Is that right? Balls in the air
Is it
1240?
raining today or is that later?
No,
Later.
Hawks up though, so the number's going to be high. Good for the index to go up though. Good for the index to go up.
Wow.
Yeah, over under on my score, Doug. If you're interested in betting at 82 and a half. 82 and a half.
Where are you playing?
I'm playing at a Jackson's home
Oh, he doesn't
course.
want to say. He doesn't want to
Oh,
say.
God, Bogey Club.
Bogey Club, that's
Yeah.
correct. And then log, combining the nines.
Don't just say log.
I mean, when you're a member.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And then Jackson's got me on St. Louis tomorrow at 9.
Yeah. Clayton Road special.
Clayton Road
it
is
is?
special. Tim, this will surprise you. I dress in the dark because
that right?
I'm the first one up, and I kind of try and kind of move around quietly. And then I get downstairs and I'm like, I don't know if that even matches. Oh, well. Which reminds me, we did a show at Jim Edmonds, and Joe Buck came around the corner. He said, why is Martin dressed like he was just in a flood?
I actually have a picture from that day that sometimes populates my phone of me,
Sitting out
you.
back.
I don't know if the cat was there or not, but producer Joe, Edmonds, and Joe Buck. And then Walter, who lived next to Joe Buck, called into the program. Doug, that was opening day 2006. Guess what happened that year?
We won it all.
You better believe it. So we need to do opening day broadcasts from Cardinal outfielders' homes going forward.
Vic Scott feels like the move.
I think so. Friend of the program.
You think he'll have a giant coffee machine that looks extremely expensive, but he won't know how to use it?
That was what was going on over in Leduc that morning.
He walked out on the back patio, Doug, and he said, hey, guys, you want some coffee? And I'm like, yeah, you have that really cool espresso machine. He goes, any of you guys know how to use it? I'm like, it's your house.
How'd you guys promote that? Was it, hey, we're doing the show live from Jim Edmonds' backyard?
Yeah.
That's pretty
That's
awesome.
actually it. That probably
cool.
sums it
I
up.
think it workshopped itself at spring training.
Really?
He became a friend of the program in the 2006 spring training because he wasn't really interested in participating in the drills.
In baseball. You
And
sure
then
had a catch today?
He would walk back and forth thinking that Martin, the cat, and I were just sitting at a table and acting like we were doing a show, which might be the case.
There's some
And
people
he
in
goes, "You
media,
guys
I
even
wonder."
talking to anybody?" And then he decided, I'm just going to sit down while the rest of his team was out there practicing.
Yeah, that's Jim.
Gets a little distracted.
Yeah, and he was still about the best player on the team.
Yeah, he didn't have to worry
One
about
of
it.
them.
I do
It would
think
have
they're.
been nice to invite some listeners over to Edmund's house for that
agree with you on
broadcast.
Oh, yeah,
That was a miss.
Joe's a listener. We
Yeah.
invited him.
Yeah.
He came around that back fence. Was like, "What is this?" We were doing the show, and Edmonds was asleep. And he came
Who
down.
let you in?
I think the back door was just propped open for us.
A brick.
And we had cables. I don't really know. I think the idea was that we'd have a great co-host because he's a big league all-star player.
Right. All he has to do is roll out of bed.
But it's a little early on an opening day.
And they had a Sunday night game at Wrigley the night before. So further complicating the matters, he probably didn't get to bed till like 1 or 2 in the morning. You know?
So I think we interviewed like the landscaper, the maid. I don't really remember the content of the show.
Yeah, he had like a grotto, too.
Yeah.
We all need grottos,
You had
I
a
think.
grotto?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember the basement had a giant 15 logo, and I think he said, "Oh, it came with the house." I'm like,
It came with the house.
might have been put in.
What number you have in your basement?
2, Fox 2, Doug.
Oh, that's it.
Of course.
But it came with the home. You didn't put that in.
It came. Yeah, it was there when I got there. All the Emmys on the wall, Doug. Those came when I came
Yeah.
with the house.
Doug, do you pronounce it ribald, ribald, rebald,
I think it's
ribald?
ribald.
There you go. Just catching up on your ribald show. Connecticut is a stain on the map. In New England, there is nothing more vile or looked down upon than being from Connecticut. It's a pool of sewage, kind of like the Lake of the Ozarks. That's from Mitch. That's a
Jeez.
Cumstein. It's a strong Cumstein. It's one of the best Cumsteins ever. Doug, Mitch Cumstein. You remember him?
Yeah, not really.
Putting with the daughter of the dean.
Connecticut's one of the few states I've never been in. I've always thought it would probably be really nice. And this guy says no.
I think Money from Manhattan enjoys residing there and taking the train in. Jackson, is that correct? Because I know that's
Is it
where
not a
you...
ferry? That was a ferry.
A ferry from Connecticut to New York City?
To the island, Long Island.
Well, I'm talking about Manhattan.
Then, yeah, I think that's probably a bridge situation.
Situation. But New
think
York,
there- I
it's
think-
a bigger state than that. It's not just New York. There's more to Connecticut than New York.
There's
Is it a
a
mouthful there?
slice of Connecticut.
What is going on with our...
Are you running cables?
What is
I have to
going
charge my
on over
laptop.
there?
My
If you're watching on
headphones aren't
YouTube,
long
you're
enough.
seeing this nonsense.
I got to plug this in. No one move
You
or
look
get
like a
up or else
Walenda
it's fine.
brother on a tightrope. You look like you're about to fall.
Yep. Here we go. All right, we're good. Please continue.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the show starts at 7. I mean,
Yeah.
Doug was running cables at 5:30 this morning. I think there's a slice of
I thought we were at
Connecticut.
Edmund's house today.
You were running
I was
cables.
waiting. I was waiting.
His house. It's probably open, probably available. Hey Jim, we're at your house. I'm farming.
Mitch is 100 with that skank of the Ozarks take. What a dump. That's from Sharon.
Wow.
In Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan. And now she is on the attack of the working man's vacation spot. And Doug, that is just going to make her more and more the heel of your Real Housewives of TMA.
She called it the skank of the Ozarks?
Yeah, that's what she did.
My goodness.
I
She
think-
enjoys a mimosa overlooking the Gulf down there in Sanibel.
The Gulf of Doug. Did we rename it?
I'd like to.
I think Connecticut, the slice above New York, is really fancy. I think you get into the Hartfords, it's kind of a.
What about the Bristol with the mothership?
I think.
But
I think
stores.
Stores, Jimmy Calhoun.
I think Hartford's kind of like a poor man's Boston or something, you know. And so you get different shades of Connecticut, I think, depending on where you are in the state.
Guys, Greenwich, Connecticut makes Huntley look like Lower Arnold. Thanks. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
That's what I'm saying. There's a slice there that's extremely fancy, and then I think you get a little inland there, and it changes.
But what does Lower Arnold look like?
Chairman?
Chairman?
Yeah, Chairman's.
Yeah, we need you on this one.
Down there by the water tower is pretty nice.
Yeah, that Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
That Cracker Barrel's a pony.
But
Grilled
that's not
chicken
lower.
sandwich.
That'd be Upper Arnold, wouldn't it? The Water Tower?
Yeah, as you get down near Richardson Road is kind of Lower Arnold, but then you're getting into the Imperial area.
It's a real wiffle ball hotbed.
Is it really?
Hold on. How would one know that?
Well, Martin, that's a great question.
You
In
obviously don't know about Lawa.
2014. You haven't gotten to season 2014 of
I
TMA?
kind of hit a block with my listening.
Well, you must be in the 2007 season.
Yeah, there were
When
people
I hit a block
calling in.
with the
and-
hosting portion of the program.
No, I just skipped that year.
Yeah, I wish I could have. In 2014, I was doing a program, I was doing mornings on this program, and in order to just get the business off the ground, doing afternoons with our friend Jim Edmonds. And in a stunning gesture, there's a chance Jason Isringhausen is listening. I think there's no chance that Jim Edmonds is listening. Both Edmonds and Isringhausen, we were doing a wiffle ball tournament over at Francis Park, and they said that they would be willing to play the winning team of the wiffle ball tournament. And as it turns out, I visualize wiffle ball as what I was playing back in the alleys of the South Side growing up. And there are guys who can make a wiffle ball go a wide variety of directions in between the mound and home plate that are uncharacteristic of what a baseball can do. Isringhausen, to his credit, was aware of this, and what they do is with a razor blade, they cut the wiffle ball, and the thing goes up, down, left, right, and it's virtually unhittable. So I don't know if you ever covered this on the 2 Fox. I'd recommend it for Sports Final. There is a league called LAWA, and that is the Lower Arnold Wiffle Ball Association.
We got a half-hour nightly show, and I think there'll
this
be a
could be
chance.
15
I
minutes.
think there's a chance. I'm writing this down.
Bring him into the studio, have him pitch to you, and see if you can hit it.
And the LAWA boys tore through the TMA Wiffle Ball Tournament in 2014 at Francis Park, and they got the chance to meet Jason Isringhausen and Jim Edmonds in the championship, and they just tore them up. I mean, they shut him down. You had a guy, both Cardinal Hall of Famers. One might wind up in Cooperstown, and it's not like Isringhausen couldn't hit, so he could hit, but they were flailing at the pitchers from the Lower Arnold Wiffle Ball Association. So whereas San Pedro de Macorís is the home of the light-hitting middle infielder, Lower Arnold is the home of the wiffle ball pitcher.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for explaining. Look at this.
So, yeah.
It's a wiffle ball hotbed.
That is
what
a
I was
wiffle ball
told.
hotbed. Yeah.
So should we look for that this Sunday night?
We do have a Blues playoff series going on. Try and wedge it in. It feels more like a June vehicle when things are a little quiet.
Right.
Well, they're going to be in the midst of the run to the Cup in June.
Yeah, this would be after that, after the parade.
Yeah.
What about that Thunder Celtic showdown?
Yeah. What about that?
We'll get to that.
Maybe the day after
There's
the
4
All-Star
segments.
game when there's literally nothing going on anywhere in sports.
That's when
We're in
Raul
the
gets their
vaults.
time.
You should ask Fox 2 to get like an MLB Network style studio where they have a little diamond, like the little,
over there.
little diamond that they have, and then you can demonstrate.
We used to have a little artificial turf in
Really?
the old set, and we would throw the football around.
No, run.
And Joe Buck and Ricky Prohl reenacted the catch. And Joe played Warner, throwing a Nerf ball to Ricky Prohl. Great moments in local I will say, I'm going to give a shout out. I was off last evening. I worked during the day. I was at the Blues practice. We had Coach Schertz in studio that was on tape, but we had coverage of the MAC Basketball Awards, which Jackie and Doug attended, and I watched it this morning so that I saw a little bit of the Dick Vitale speech. And if people missed it, honestly, at fox2now.com, it's about a 3-minute chunk of Vitale. It was actually really cool.
Is that right? And how was his speech? How was he able to talk?
Well, I
know
was
he's
not
battling.
there. That's why I was.
He was outstanding. Outstanding.
How was he able to talk?
Very well.
Was he good?
Yeah, unless you had known he'd been through all this cancer problems, you wouldn't really have known that he had many health issues at all.
Did he mention any Irish people?
No, quite a few Italians.
A lot of
No Irish.
paisanos in the clip I saw.
Yeah, yeah.
It was awesome.
No, yeah,
Jackie
he looks
B
like
was
he's
there.
doing. He looks like he's doing very well. He is 83, so anyone.
He's 83. I thought he was 85.
I think it was 86.
Oh well, how old is the man?
Well, you're the one who said it,
Well,
bro.
I thought I read it yesterday. He was 83.
He said, mark my words.
85.
85.
I'll be calling games when I'm 100.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. He speaks like he's exactly a speech like that is exactly what you think he'd say, and he says it with all the passion. You can tell it's not forced. His dedication to raising money for pediatric cancer is unbelievable. And like I didn't really sink into me until he took the stage. I was like, oh my God, Dick Vitale's about to speak. Like It was about as cool a moment as you can have.
All off the cuff.
Yeah. No
Didn't
script
really
in
work.
front of him.
Yeah, just kind of meandered around everywhere.
Every time he would
which was
mention
great.
someone's name, he would have a story about that person, and then he would somehow get back to his point. It was unlike QFTA.
Whoa! Whoa!
Gosh, I didn't know we were going there.
Yeah, I just got a
took shrapnel. He seemed genuinely excited about being on the hill and finding out that was Yogi Berra's house. And he said, I'm like a
stops
little
in Dogtown?
kid.
Yeah.
Posting it on Facebook.
Did he talk about which restaurantes he went to?
He went to Lorenzo's, and he
Lorenzo's,
talked about
yeah.
that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Is that
seemed
Larry
great.
Fuse over there, and he went to St. Ambrose
I don't
same
know
year
if
as
that's
me?
Larry or not. I don't know.
Got to do some show prep, man. Gotta
Vitale
do.
also talked about the importance of staying positive when you're faced with the kind of health situations that he had. How important that was for him to maintain a positive attitude. There really is something to the power of positive thinking. There really is.
We ought to try it.
Yeah.
Doug does it. Doug's got the Blues.
I'm gonna-
going 16 and over the next 2 months.
Yeah.
Tim, on that text, I'm going to hop in there. Hey, guys, can we try and be a little more positive today?
Go in there.
Shut up, fatty.
Jackson, who else spoke?
Oh man, I mean, it was
Alfonso Ellis.
Yeah,
My buddy, Matty Moe, was in charge of that whole
He
thing.
sure
Not
was.
the Matt Morris of Cardinal Hall of Fame. Matt Morris, different Matt Morris.
he did an outstanding job.
Oh, you talked to Matty Moe?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow.
Chris Caraway.
Chris Caraway hosting
Caraway.
it was that
Carrawell, but he
Carrawell.
sometimes goes by Caraway.
Well, he changed it.
that guy Tommy Ack. He was hosting.
Tommy
Tom
Ack.
Ackerman.
Tommy
Michelle
Ackerman.
Smallman.
Michelle
They both did a great
Smallman.
job.
Yeah,
Michelle
anytime.
Smallman was in town?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
God
was there
bless.
hosting the women's
She doing her
portion.
show down the
I think
holiday?
next week.
She's doing the show down the hallway next
Even
week.
though she was in town last night. It's a producer, Joe DNA.
What? That's the answer she
I know.
gave me.
No! You're talking back just a little bit. I mean, you take a shot at QFTA.
Am I
now I'm going to
Spider?
start acting like I'm defending other people when in reality I'm angry as a hornet right now.
I can see
Spider.
that.
I'm a little
Calm
hornet.
down now.
Tim, he throws on a sport coat one night, gets to sit with the big boys at the big event, and now he's pissing
You on
on
the
us.
dais?
No,
No, just at the just.
That would have been awesome.
He'd never been to the downtown MAC, and so he's got
That
the
was
sport coat
surprising to
on.
me.
Yeah, never been to the one off 270 a bunch, but never to the.
They got a nice fillet, don't they?
Yeah, it was great. Great meal.
You're starting to
They
get
got a
into
nice
character.
fillet.
Sun dried tomato. Don't play.
Cut that off.
But a bunch of the freshman of the year for the women's side for Vanderbilt was there, and she was awesome. She scored 55 points in the game as a freshman last year against Auburn. She was incredibly nice. It was awesome. It was really, really
I'm
cool.
glad you got to. I was texting Jackson. How was it going? I was at home last night. How was the event? You sit my guy Kevin Ryans.
Yeah, right.
Syracuse
Kevin Ryans.
is one of our younger sports reporters. And Charlie's like, you'll say that till he's 40. I'm like, hey, one of our younger guys on the staff, but he does a great job. He's a Syracuse grad, New York guy.
Newhouse.
Loves the Yankees, but he goes, I texted him. I said, how's it going? He said, it's great. I'm sitting next to Jackson.
Yeah, the legendary Ann Myers Drysdale was there too. That
She
was
was
really
there.
cool.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Rick Pitino sent his well wishes from a boat in Florida.
A boat.
Cooper Flagg looked like he was in his dorm room, saying sorry he couldn't
Counting
be there.
his money.
He actually looked like he was on the Spread Zone podcast set.
Oh, he's got a nice
It was
little
all
setup
blue.
like that.
It was all blue, neon lit. It was cool.
Hey, we're doing a spread zone after today's TMA. Riz, Stalter, and myself, and we're breaking down the Stanley Cup playoffs. You interested?
Y'all got that?
Y'all got that.
Yeah, I'll tune in.
But
Could
what
you
does that
imagine?
mean?
What would I say? I don't even know who's playing outside the Blues and Jets.
That would
Can you
make it
name
more
one other
interesting.
series?
That
I
would-
think you can. I think if I really said, okay, Jackson, here's $100, name it, which I'm not doing. Here's another series.
Hurricanes and Devils, because we talked about it yesterday.
You remember that?
Of
Yeah.
all of the series, that would have been the long shot play. I thought you would have been able to go to Stars Avalanche.
Nope, that's news to me.
Wow. Think Nuggets, Mavs,
Wow, there you go.
Dallas, Denver.
Well,
right?
now I know. Yeah,
Okay.
Did you see Calgary won last night, so the Blues got in the playoffs because they had one more regulation time
How
victory.
about that?
They wound up both with 96 points.
How about that? Doug, that'll be a nice little footnote
Yeah.
at that Parade Down Market on June 14th, and people are starting to put their lawn chairs down. Noon is when that will get underway.
And the lawn chairs are going there now
On Market. That's correct.
just to get your spot.
That's correct.
Okay. Now that's positive thinking.
There you go. See?
Positive that your lawn chair is still going to be there an hour from now.
Robert Thomas is going to talk about a wide variety of topics at 8:30. Martin, logistics-wise, are these boys...
Flying out today.
Today,
They got a
okay.
little practice this afternoon. You know those practices are open to the public.
You can go out there and see a Stanley Cup playoff practice.
I was sitting there at Centene Community Ice Center, and there was just a handful. But I'm like, if you're on your lunch break or whatever, you're watching. If you're a fan, they've always done that. Remember the old mills up in Hazelwood?
Really nice.
The mall that was? And you would leave practice and say, God, is that Auntie Anne still open?
Would you leave and then go go-kart racing?
It's
The
often.
go-karts came later when everything
really?
shut down.
The ice rink is still functioning up there.
It's
It's
hard to
about
get,
all that's left.
that thing just didn't work. It was
We
on,
kind of knew it right when they built it. We kind of knew this isn't going to work. Well, where did you put this mall?
I'm sure some of the investors wish you would have been in the board meeting.
Well, it was Laurie, wasn't it? It was the owner of the Blues.
Is that right?
I think so. I think he was the one who built that for the Blues.
What do you think he regrets more, that or the Pronger trade?
Not bringing,
Probably
not
that.
bringing the Grizzlies from Vancouver to St. Louis.
That probably cost him more.
Oh,
money.
Jackson just that was my way of getting back at Jackson. That one just got him. That one just
we're even
landed.
You
now.
take a shot at QFTA.
Thank you, Martin.
We're going to talk NBA, but that almost came here.
Yep.
Almost.
Robert Thomas, Joey Vitale, Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day, Drops of the Week. It's all coming your way on the program. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and on YouTube. Just type in TMA STL, and there we are. And Doug and Martin are celebrating Easter, wearing pastels. And I think I might be too here. I'm going to lift my shirt up again.
I
so you
see
can
it
see
again.
the left nipple has the stud.
Oh, God.
And then the right one.
Don't point it at me.
Well, you're the one staring at it like it's on the menu.
Headlights,
Yeah,
baby.
get your shirt raised.
Like
Is
I'm
that
on the-
improper in the workplace?
And don't
on
say
the-
headlights, baby.
He said like I'm on the menu.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a tiny little appetizer.
Oh.
It's the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Beautiful day we have in St. Louis today. And even though the forecast this weekend's a little rough, take a look at the temperatures over the next week in the forecast, and you're going to see some glorious temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. You want to be able to spend some time outside. This is the time to get it taken care of with Aesthetic Design and Build. They specialize in building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces, and they've been doing it for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing. I was so impressed. I said, hey, do you guys mind coming to my home so we can take a look at some of the options for our outdoor living space? They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call, 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. You can see for yourself at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley or online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. This is fresh out of Manitoba. This is Winnipeg's Stanley Cup song. Take a listen.
Really?
Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele,
Connor, Ehlers, and the MVP. MORRISEY. Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele,
Connor, Ehlers, and the MVP.
Stanley. Scheifele,
Connor, Ehlers, and the MVP.
I don't mind it.
that's Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. That's Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck.
They expanded beyond a handful of players, Doug.
Right.
A lot of Scheifele, a lot of Hellebuck. Have you ever played the blues songs for Bob Thomas? Have you done that? Do you think he'd hang up?
We've only really, the new ones just came in yesterday.
What do you think?
Of course, I'm down to play for him.
This is the hottest of garbage. That's from Who's Your Daddy? Mongo says Canada is not a serious place and should be treated as such. From the 636, the Jets deserve to lose solely for this song. And then Bobby Big Wheels writes, yikes. Doug, do you like when somebody tweets at you?
No, I don't. No.
Yikes.
I don't care for that at all. And why isn't Canada a serious place?
Mongo, you're going to have to call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Doug, favorite Canadian?
Favorite Canadian? Wow. Alex Trebek?
That's a nice
Great
point.
answer.
That's a great answer.
Outstanding, Doug.
Thank you.
My blink was John Candy, but
Another
How
great
about
answer.
Bernie Federko?
3 great answers.
If I were to localize it, I would say number 39, number 1 in your hearts, Kelly Chase. And from my world, I would go with the late August Ames. The late August
No, I don't know him.
Her.
Oh.
And you can look her up, probably on a home computer, though. You're going to have Robert Thomas as a favorite Canadian joining us, and then Joey Vitale as a favorite Oakvillian joining us.
Okay.
Coming up on today's Stiefel dossier, plus the drops of the week and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, the Cardinals played last night, and it didn't go particularly well. Andre Palante didn't pitch poorly. He had a bad start to the game, then was able to kind of keep the Mets in check. But Griffin Canning of the Southside Seamen went out there and shut these bats down. 8 strikeouts. And the Cardinals didn't ever to get anything going offensively, and they lose to the Mets to open up the road trip.
It's one thing the Cardinals hadn't been doing a lot of this year is striking out. Last night they fanned a total of 11 times. That hurts. Did not put the ball in play at all. And
Tim, do you like fanned?
yeah.
Fanned 11 times. Instead of strikeout.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of old school.
Fanned him.
I was
Jay
thinking of it as a
Senior.
noun, but yeah, now that you mentioned it,
They
it's kind of...
fanned 11 times. I like that.
Here is Ali Marmol spinning the positive from last night's loss.
Much better job of mixing, using the slider a little more. Just the mix got better as the game went on. Velo held and continued to throw up zero, so it was good to see him able to do that. Yeah, and even in between innings after that 4-run inning, he was able to kind of talk through it as far as making an adjustment to his mix and being able to navigate that lineup a little better than he did up to that point. So we're continuing to see him take steps in the right direction. That mid-game conversation doesn't take place, and he gives up more runs usually. So that's what you want to see.
Cardinals talking about Palante there was what Marmol was doing. He wound up going 6 innings, giving up 7 hits, 4 earned runs. He only struck out 2, whereas Canning struck out 8. And as we said earlier, they fanned 11
I like that.
Cardinals, but all the damage came in the second inning. Brendan Donovan, as he starts to, there's a little buzz. Some of the national media is starting to talk about it, starting to track down Joe DiMaggio. Doug, with the hitting streak, it continues. He got 1 hit last night, and he was responsible for the RBI, and he's only 4 games back at DiMaggio?
Well,
5?
a few more than that. He had 56.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Doesn't sound like you recognize
Makes the fans real happy.
Nice.
Is it
Wilson,
too soon to contact his family, Tim, and have them start to travel around?
I'd like to see that. The Bortuzos came in from Thunder Bay.
Joe DiMaggio's great-great-grandson is in the building tonight, just in case history is made.
He has to go to every game until mid-August.
I think Gretzky had to do that for a little bit. With
I think he was very happy to see that come to an end. He'd seen enough caps for the year. Wilson Contreras dug 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He is now at $1.39. Jackson, one of your favorite Twitter accounts, and perhaps if you're a TMA longtime listener, this should be one of your favorites, is Back After This. Funhouse.
Yeah.
And made the observation last night, kind of not making an observation on Mike Francesa, but instead, when the Cardinal lineup was posted, Funhouse is a New York account. Both Yankees and Mets talk on there, along with Knicks and
Ranges
and Devils and Isles and Giants and Jets. But they sent out the Cardinal lineup and says, whenever you can play someone at first base who hits 140 with no power and is a defensive liability, you got to do it. So Back After This, taking a shot.
Keep him right up there at the top of the lineup, too. You know who else is not hitting much is Juan Soto. He's at 221 for the Mets. And he's making, what, $5 billion this season alone?
$5 billion is this year's contract.
He's not hit much.
I saw one of the New York hosts was like teeing him up. He's done with him already.
Is that right? He's moved on.
Is it Sal? Jax, is it Sal Licata? I think
That's a human.
Oh, it's a human.
Nice,
Wow.
Martin.
Well, I know. Yeah.
No, I saw an awful announcing tweet that said Sal Licata's had enough. He's calling for Soto's head after 18 games.
Was he the guy who won a contest and became a host? I'm not saying that flippantly. There was some guy. Well, there's some guy
How'd
in
you
New
get
York.
your job, pal?
There was some guy in New York. He's like a real big Jets guy? What's his name? Joe.
I don't do the crowdsourcing.
Is he a
Joe B. Joe B.
Yeah, he's a human, pal. There you go.
Nice,
There's your
Martin.
answer.
Right back
I
at
earned
him.
that one.
Right back
Joe
at him.
Bonino?
You talk about Joe Bonito.
No, maybe not Joe Bonino.
Oh, this is the drop with the guy that talks about his hair and his podcast downloads?
That's Don LaGreca.
Did he win a contest?
No, I think he might be classically trained.
Classically
Oh,
trained.
Newhouse as well.
Yes, he guest hosted FAN by winning a contest held by the station. Joe Bonino.
Doug, imagine getting into Syracuse or Northwestern and going, I'm going to major in journalism.
God, that's unfortunate.
And then you say, I almost had a job, but some guy won a contest.
Yeah, he won a contest.
Made a
and
shot from
became a
half
host.
court at the Billiken game.
That's how hard it is to get
Afternoon
these jobs.
drive.
That's how hard it is. So much training is required.
When you can hand it off to somebody who just drove by the station. That hurts
Quite a little industry. You're welcome to call in and insult us. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. You're also welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Heading down the stretch in the month of April. And your standings are as follows. JV golf coach with 4 wins. Buck Swope with 2 wins. Misty Plops with 2 wins. This could be intriguing for the Real Housewives of TMA as the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has a win, Brian has a win, and Doug Chandler Hill Newsman has a win. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month standings. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. And Martin, Doug, and I are all clients of Seth's at Design Air Heating and Cooling. You have any HVAC issues at all, you go, oh my goodness, I think the system's shut down and we've got temperatures in the highs in the 80s today. Just go to designairservice.com and they will be out there so quick you won't believe it. And there's no upselling going on. You can count on them, and then you become a long-term client like we are. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com, the longest-running TMA sponsor. Seth's been on with us for more than a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you ever watch John Boy?
I don't believe I have.
John Boy was talking on the Talking Baseball podcast, talking about the Cardinals' surprising start to the 2025 campaign. I know that might ring a little hollow following last night's game, but they did go 4-2 and beat some good pitchers and beating the Phillies and Astros on the homestand. Here is John Boy.
In fairness, this is John Boy Media, not John Boy himself.
This is not John
Would you
Boy.
have known the difference,
No,
Doug?
just hit the lever, Pam.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think Jackson did the right thing there.
All right, here you go, Doug.
Okay.
Let's talk about one specific team, the Cardinals.
Okay, talk about the Cardinals.
I do not know how to rank this.
Should we be more in? They were the toughest team to place.
We might have to. Right now, currently third in baseball in OPS, Jake. I did not have that.
Right?
Did not have that
Right?
coming into the year. Brennan Donovan's been great for them. And I had them at 22, and you had them at 23. So you had them ranked lower than I did.
Okay, one spot. I mean,
I guess coming into the season, the expectations were low. Some of the things being said around the organization, like retooling, rebuilding, whatever it was this year. And maybe, just maybe, you're in that clubhouse and you're like, this sucks. We're not going to do that. They've actually played decent ball to start the year, Jake.
right now they might be getting dinged the hardest by their past couple years. And their off season where they did nada.
Oh, is that
I feel
it?
like you have a problem with the edit point.
I felt like they were just getting going. They were just getting going.
Is that the website that kind of blew the lid off the Houston Astros garbage can?
I think
banging?
so.
They do a lot of breakdowns of things. John Boy, not
Wonderful lip reading.
He's an incredible lip reader. So
And
when
that was
someone
John
gets
Boy right there.
No, in fact, it's confusing. You know,
Oh.
he's John Boy, but then his group is John Boy Media, and
Well, where was John Boy last night for this?
Good night, John Boy.
I don't.
Where was he?
I think that's Richard Earl Thomas.
I don't know.
I don't know where John Boy is. Probably breaking stuff down. And I love those videos. But this is Talking Baseball Podcast, which is like their main baseball pod.
And one of them had him at 22 and the other at 23.
Yeah. Well, I think it's
No,
noteworthy.
22 or 23 what? Highest OPS? Is that what they're talking
Power
about?
ranking.
Oh,
Your favorite thing. I thought it was noteworthy because national media is taking a little look, being like, look at these Redbirds.
Look at the Redbirds soar.
They might be ready to Youngry they are.
Youngry they are.
I don't know why I talked like Yoda there.
Youngry they are.
It's a little sad they're 500. Everybody's like, wow, they're better than we thought.
really got
We'll have an intriguing situation next weekend. I was anxious to see how it would match up for the Blues and Cardinals when the Brewers come to town. So with the Blues playing on Thursday, that will not impact the series. The Cardinals then play the Brewers starting on Friday. No game. Saturday, no game for the Blues. The Cardinals will be playing the Brewers. But then Sunday, Martin, Blues, 12 p.m. puck drop. This is a week from Sunday, and the Cardinals with a day game. How's that going to look? You think that will impact things in a substantial way? I think so.
Won't impact the Blues.
Right.
It'll probably impact the Cardinals a little bit. They've been drawing so poorly so far. You wonder how worse can it get?
So it's like you would be able to tell if I didn't shave my head.
Kind of the same.
It's going to be the same thing.
I didn't want to say that.
But that's essentially what you were
Kinda
saying.
what I meant,
And
yeah, in a
I
roundabout way.
I could tell that that's where you were going with it.
Yeah.
And you're wondering about the Battlehawks that weekend, Tim, as well.
Jackson was.
They are home Saturday the 26th. Whew, I was a little concerned.
Is that against Michigan?
Concerned that it would. Yes.
Panthers.
See, Jackson's the Battlehawks guy.
You are kind of the.
He's the Lee's fried chicken guy.
You're the
That's
Lee's
right.
fried chicken. Why
Right.
don't you share some of those gift cards?
Potato
buddy boy?
wedges.
That is
Potato
good fried
wedges right in
chicken.
your head.
Yeah.
What I heard, these things are a, quote, pony show.
Well, there you go. And so the Jets are in town just hanging out. There you go. You got a chance to
Yeah.
go to the Panthers and Battlehawks 6 o'clock game on the 26th.
Pony.
Jeff Fisher's not still coaching that bunch, is he?
He is
A
not.
lot of crowdsourcing this morning.
Here he is.
A lot of
It's not me.
crowdsourcing
He
this
stepped
morning.
aside, I think, before last season. I want
Jackson,
to say.
did you announce on air that you won't be able to go to the Plowhawks wedding because of Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding?
I did not, but it's that can be
I
public
thought you
info.
said that yesterday.
I don't know if it was on air or not.
Yeah, I think
Martin,
it-
I'm dealing with the same thing you are. Was it on air
can't
or
remember.
not?
It's fine. Yes, I cannot. Unfortunately, cannot go to the Plow wedding.
Wow! Wow!
Well, as longtime TMA listeners know, and even if you just started listening to us recently, Sweet Sweet Kai gets mentioned a lot. He's one of my closest friends in the world.
He rakes bunkers in Cape Cod for a living.
He does a lot of things, but yeah, sometimes
Cryptic.
He's a sand trap technician.
he's worked on a golf
he a
course or
plumber?
two. No, not for Stephen Wildwood. And he is getting married that same weekend in Cape Cod, so I'll be out there.
Huh, a little fancier up there, isn't it?
It's not a dig at the plowboy or his wonderful fiance, who I'm a big fan of. It is simply just because Sweet Sweet Kai is one of my closest friends in the world. I'm going to be there.
How did you meet Sweet Sweet Kai?
High school or middle school. Went to school together.
So he's a St. Louis guy, but lives out east. All your friends
Currently,
are out
yeah.
east.
So when you met him, you swiped right?
When I was in the 6th grade,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
guess, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope you enjoy.
I know.
that wedding.
Trust me. I was really disappointed when I figured out that those dates were conflicting.
Is Sweet Kai talking about moving his wedding?
It's been discussed, but
Is he like Brooks and Dunn?
I was
Cat
gonna
Williams?
say.
He's dug in.
yeah, it's a dug-in situation.
What can we offer him?
Probably dollars.
It is apparently still difficult to find wedding venues after being backed up from COVID.
Really?
Oh, is that
It's-
right?
It's
Really?
still like a year out. You got to
Really?
find something. Yeah. Because my son went through that. He's getting married in November. And it's like a year out you have to find a place.
Does he get married in St. Louis?
What about St. Gabe's in front of all the banners? Right down
Well,
at the
they
gym.
didn't go there, so it might be kind of
No,
weird.
I'm just saying, the historic
People
building.
don't go to the old cathedral, but they get married there because they know it's a historic church.
This is a grade school we're talking about.
It's a grade school that's the Pauley Pavilion of
Yeah.
grade school basketball, though.
Only because they've got someone who goes there who has some sort of banner shop business.
Banner shop business. He catered it by LeGrand's will
Right.
cater it. You're all set.
Sounds
What do you have time for a random?
Yeah.
We have time for the new football coach at Principia High School is Matty Mock.
Really?
Wow.
Isn't that random?
Yes.
Matty Mock, the former Mizzou quarterback, I guess he's been coaching as an assistant the last couple of years. His dad, his brother, they're coaches in other parts of Missouri. And he is the new. Somebody sent me, the great Nate Latch sent me this screenshot yesterday. And I said, wow, random. Matty Mock, former Mizzou quarterback.
Good luck to him.
Yeah, new head coach at Principia. I just hadn't heard his name in a while.
They've kind of ratcheted up their sports programs. there, haven't
Absolutely.
Jay Blossom.
they? Yeah.
Jay Blossom. There you go. That's as random as I could get, Tim.
Okay, but it was nice. It was a nice little
Former
tidbit.
Mizzou, got to get over. That feels like Lower Arnold wiffle ball just got pushed down one notch.
Yeah, wow.
Matty Mock, former Mizzou QB, on the set. Oh, what do you think, Doug? Maybe June 23rd, maybe 24th, one of those days.
Yeah, that's probably a good time right after the parade. Doug, windows on Washington closed. That's from Big Paws.
Well, now, why would they address that to me?
You were talking about wedding venues
Oh,
for Greg Vaughn.
and that was a lot of people got married there.
I've been to some receptions at Windows on Washington.
I feel like the actual ceremony, there's plenty of places, but the reception being
That's the
biggest
issue.
So why don't we open up a banquet hall right quick?
Yeah, you could make some money.
Will we have a
Sure.
theme?
Just play TMA all day, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
Skeletons
we
up on-
we DJ with segments.
Have
like-
the YouTube chat and the text inbox on the screens.
Yeah, like
People MF us.
ask Tony when they lift the bride and groom up on the chair.
Wow. How nice would that be?
DJ JB up there is like, okay, here's a Cardinal fan song from 2019. All right.
Lukewarm water bottles will be available for purchase.
Lukewarm. Is Sweet Sweet Kai getting married in St. Louis?
No, Cape Cod.
Cape Cod.
This guy's old money, huh?
It really is.
So you're going to Cape Cod? Look at you. What are you flying for that? Boston?
Yeah, Boston.
Yeah.
You going PJ?
Yeah. Are you flying out of Spirit, huh?
No. Probably out of Terminal 2.
Is the girlfriend going?
She is not.
Interesting, Martin.
That-
That Manti Te'o thing.
Thought she would enjoy a nice trip to Cape Cod.
Sure, she would. She would love to have gone.
I'll go.
That's
Sweet Sweet Kai didn't offer a +1, did he? Yeah.
He did not. But and that's
Recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves is going to be.
Well, you gotta
texting.
feed these plus ones. You gotta feed them.
It's a very small
Oh, okay.
wedding. It's a very
Are
small
you in the wedding?
No, but it's there's very few people going. So it's
Why don't you go to the Plowhawks wedding then?
because I have
It's
to.
really
this is my-
disappointing.
if it was like most other people, I would certainly take the plow wedding over it. But this is
Yeah.
one of my closest friends in the world.
He didn't give you +1.
Not
He must
have
not
you
feel
in
the
the
same
wedding?
way.
not because of. Well, there's also going to be like another thing. I don't
Sweet Sweet
want to
Kai.
air out my buddies.
No, you're
deal.
exasperated.
That's fine.
Okay,
It's
we'll move
fine.
on.
Sweet Sweet Kai call.
1,000% Jackson's girlfriend does not exist. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube. So
Whatever.
you've been lying to us for 2 years.
Yep. Been a ruse. No, it's tough. I didn't set up the wedding. He sent me an invite.
Yeah.
It was originally thought maybe +1, and it wasn't. It's no big deal.
Sweet Sweet Kai, call in.
He's called in before.
Call in, sweet.
Martin Stanley bits at 7-Eleven. I like to audit the text line, Tim. It's
Oh, okay.
7-Eleven, he said, anyone answering those phones?
Chairman Kurt, Chairman Kurt's right there.
Yeah, this
Callier
was a
Thompson
while
phone
ago.
lines. 314-974-0101. Coming up, Robert Thomas, 8:30. Joey Vitale, 9:15. Drops of the week coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day is coming up at about 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Mans, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Blues playoff action starts tomorrow, and you can listen to it right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Winnipeg Jets. Pre-game at 4 p.m., puck drop at 5 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Enterprise to the roaring crowd. Blue Note Nation singing loud. Bennington saves, Thomas sets the pace. Chasing the dream, it's ours. We rise. We rise. We rise.
You like this one, Doug?
Not as much as some of the others.
Rhythm, hear the cheer.
I like a little more upbeat songs and stuff.
Stanley's calling the
Got some soul, Doug.
Martin, I know you're new here, but one of the phenomena,
I think it's not.
I never say phenomena.
Was that John Travolta's movie, that Good or Bad?
yeah, and that came out right around the same time as Powder, which oftentimes
96?
texters unfortunately refer to Jackson as. Is that listeners send in pictures of their wives unprompted? Don't know why. We were workshopping in a commercial break how that came to pass. We believe the late, great Jay Randolph Jr. Started that trend. And for whatever reason, I guess, Doug, it's to try to catch your eye as you are the executive producer of The Real Housewives of TMA.
That's right.
The Swing Haven board member, Martin, I guess now at this point, you got to go back a little bit in your comfort service text inbox with the number of texts that have come in, has sent in a picture of what he claims to be is his wife, and he would like this to be, Doug, the lady who is one of the stars.
Okay.
Now, that reaction tells me you're
just
skeptical.
a regular old gal you'd see at Walmart. Or Victoria's Secret catalog, one of the two.
Yeah.
So,
Who sent this in?
Okay,
Swing Haven board member, and that was sent in at 7:22.
Oh, boy.
I guess she's in. I guess
So she's in.
I guess we owe it to the listeners to get her in. Yeah.
Sharon and Clayton is in. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is
I think so, in drag.
in.
Yeah.
And
if he's
then
in
one
drag.
more.
I guess there's room for another one, yeah.
All right. Well, who are you going to go with?
I don't know. I have to look at the pictures.
You got the auditions, and they're going to be
We do need some
Brio?
star power. We need some star power in there.
You need somebody that's sassy. It's going to cause trouble. on
Sharon
the
and
set.
Clayton sassy.
Yeah.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom sassy.
We need somebody that'll throw a mimosa in a gal's face.
Somebody a little mouthy.
Housewives of TMA.
We got Dolly has already recorded the theme song, which is nice.
Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack, who has a wife who's been to many TMA events, says, has there been an age range set for the Real Housewives of TMA? Just trying to figure out if my wife fits the criteria here. Thanks. I believe his wife is in her 20s.
Oh, is that where she's that young?
I thought Scott was in his 20s.
Yeah.
They're right around 30 either way.
I'd say 25 or older.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess she would be in.
You're kind of the Andy Cohen of this show.
What was Bachelor Baseball's age range? Was it like 38 to 47 or
That was
something?
like 45 to 58.
Yeah, it probably sounds more accurate.
Then he moved the needle a little bit.
But never found someone, right?
We don't know because the show ended and we're like, all right, we're going in. It's opening day.
The
We're like,
skipper
we
came over. What were we supposed to do?
We kind of had unfinished business. We had the Hall of Fame manager discussing baseball, and then we had a date that we didn't really help a guy with, and we kind of just let it wither on the vine.
How would the skipper have handled it if we told him, sorry, we just don't have time for you? You know, you walked all the way up here. We appreciate that, but we're trying to get this fella a date. We don't have time for your interview.
Yeah,
Still doing crap.
you guys are really evolved.
Baldwin Beer Bitch, who won a Listener of the Month award last year, says, this is set in caps, Doug. This is bull. I am going to submit a sunshine request into this casting process. She is not happy that she is not being cast.
Okay, well, she has a chance to get in there.
Well, you got a budget.
She's got to be sassy. We have no budget. That's why I say it could be 15.
No
We're not paying anybody
budget.
nothing. Hello, bitch.
Okay, I'll volunteer as a tribute. Jackie, please change my name to Big Blonde Danielle. Just don't tell my wife. That's from Big Blonde Dan. Sharon in Clayton says, I'll happily throw a mimosa. Just pour it into the Waterford and away I go.
Okay.
It's a Waterford.
Is that crystal?
Crystal.
Crystal?
Yeah, it's fancy wine glasses and
Made in Ireland, Tim. I've been to the Waterford
have you?
the factory.
How'd it treat you? Do you have some booze?
We're running. There's everything in Ireland. Like, good morning, top of the morning. Did you want some booze?
Well, it's a stereotype.
Is this a cup factory?
No, they make beautiful glass items. Kim, my mom, and I were in Ireland, and we went on the Waterford Crystal tour. Just felt like something to do while you're there.
Would you recommend it?
Not really. I mean, it's beautiful.
But the ladies
like
liked
while
it.
you're there, like you would send your dad. I was going to say your mom and
See,
dad.
I was about to say,
But
you
now,
think
no,
my
your
dad would like
went,
to go on,
this
Timmy,
is
I'm not doing that
this is
crap
stupid.
today.
Let's go down to Killarney and wear some Notre Dame gear.
We're going to have a Guinness. We're not going to
It's
mess around
beautiful.
with
The
this
works-
crap. Tell your mother and the wives can go over there.
There
I'm
you
not
go.
doing this crap
There you
today. I want to watch the golf. Tell your mother that's fine. That's fine. I'm not doing that crap.
So he doesn't talk to his wife. You tell. You're the in
They can
between.
do that stuff today. I'm not doing that. I'm in Ireland looking at Crystal.
Has he been to Ireland?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
For their 50th wedding anniversary, my brothers and my sister we're going to the Ryder Cup.
Oh, wow. Look
Yeah,
at you.
27. Yeah, about that.
You got tickets already?
That's a work in progress.
Okay.
But we have already understood that this is going to be, a little pricey. But hey, the whole family going over to Ireland for the Ryder Cup.
Staying at Rory's?
Rory's talked to me. We've kind of got a thing like Norm Stewart does about going to Kansas. We don't go to the north.
Yeah.
You understand that, Martin. I know others do as well. While you guys waste time, why are you guys wasting time with these washed up texters, ladies? My team is working on the Real Hot Wives of TMA. That is going to be a ratings bonanza, Doug. That's from Beer Cats.
Okay. That's a separate show. Hot
So, well,
Wives.
you've already got a
TMA.
franchise here.
Well, I think what you do is you put
spin-off.
You put Real Housewives on network, and you find a little bit more like an FXX, and then throw the Real Hot Wives on there. For a little more risque.
So it's like the Bachelor and Bachelorette. Then you have Bachelor in Paradise.
Yeah,
that's
right.
a spin-off.
Is there more interplay in the Paradise version?
I think it's a little raunchier.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think this has got blue feet is what it's got.
Hey, Baldwin Beer Bitch, when they cast the Real Housewives of Orange County, they didn't take anyone from Riverside. Take the hint, honey. That's from Mr. Licks, and he is anti-Baldwin. He's comparing Baldwin to Riverside.
Didn't seem nice.
And saying it's not worthy of Orange County.
Is Riverside, California nice? It looks pretty nice.
I kind of like the honey reference. I enjoyed that as a.
Some people would think it's condescending, but I think it was genuinely kind.
It was very. I did a little dismissive.
I like to live in Riverside.
Riverside's between Orange County and San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Sweet Kai is active from the bunkers of Cape Cod this morning, and he is responding to the allegations that Jackson's girlfriend is a Manti Te'o situation, saying it's a 40-person wedding, no plus ones unless you're married, and then he says, lick me?
Oh.
It's from
goodness.
Sweet Kai, so he is...
Not so sweet, little sour.
That's the thing about Sweet. He is once sour and then he's sweetened. But sometimes the sour comes out.
He was once sour.
Yeah.
Once was lost, and now is found.
Licks is correct. Baldwin is the Riverside of St. Louis. Oh, I didn't know that, Doug.
So is Riverside being used in a negative context?
That's right.
Yeah.
It looks nicer than anywhere we got.
I think a better reference would be Oxnard. You been to Oxnard?
That's where the Rams hit out.
Yeah, I was there. They were playing.
Nothing to see here.
Well, it's the Cowboys headquarters, but it's not as aesthetically pleasing as other parts of California, I would say. That's where the Cowboys, they hunker down for the summer.
A lot of wine. It's like obviously not Napa, but isn't that like a
I think it's a naval.
It's like
base,
Southern California wine country, isn't it? Oxnard.
I wouldn't call Oxnard a wine country.
I thought that's where
Felt very
Sideways was based around Oxnard.
Could have been.
Okay.
But it was kind of tucked back in there. we'll scrimmage here, and then Kevin can look for housing for the rest of us while we're out here, while we're swinging through for a little practice.
Your dossier, which is presented to you by Stiefel, has Robert Thomas joining us coming up here. Looking forward to talking it over with him. I think a number of Blues fans are anxious to hear how he's doing. So he will be with us coming up at 8:30. Jim Montgomery saying yesterday, nothing to be concerned about. It's a maintenance day. He'll be back on the ice with the boys tomorrow, which is now today, before flying to Winnipeg. So we'll talk it over with Robert Thomas. Then Joey Vitale at 9:15. Logistics-wise, Martin, do you think he is on the trip? I would say yes.
Vitale, yes. It's playoff time.
Yeah, he goes. Even to Winnipeg.
Time to roll. No, for sure. I think, yeah. As Strickland calls this daddy's time of year, that means when his wife...
Doug, you like that daddy's time
I
of
don't
year?
like that, no.
Because Strick says when his wife comes down and it's like 11, he's watching Calgary hockey. He's like, hey, it's daddy's time of year. Like playoff hockey.
Well, it's 2 months for daddy's time of year.
Yeah, it kind of buys him a long window.
That's not a bad move. Daddy's time of year around here for me was this past weekend.
Like, that's a 4-day Masters. Yeah, I think if you just kind of pretend to be a hockey insider, Tim, you could buy yourself a 2-month window.
Jackson, you thinking about being a hockey insider?
I think that ship has kind of sailed.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You know,
I saw Strick yesterday, and we just go DTOY because he just loves it.
Oh, is that right?
He loves it. He was giving out gifts, and I don't know what he was doing.
He was giving out gifts.
Strickland he had little bags and like banners. Like, all right, thanks, Strick. I don't know what he was doing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like guest appearance if you go on the Cam and Strick podcast.
That might be the actual answer.
Oh, I think
I would wager this is DTOY. Vitale, he's the radio. Cam does a great job. Loyal listener, too. Cam says he enjoys the surprise guest.
How about that?
Really? Big fan. But I would say, yes, Vitale on the trip.
And going to be on with us, Doug, 9:15, Stiefel dossier. There it is. The program is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. That is our presenting sponsor, has been now for a couple of years. Brown & Crouppen, local, founded in 1979. And if you are going to be in need of working with a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown & Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call them on their very easy-to-remember phone number of 314-222-2222. You hear Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen drop by the program quite often, and we've gotten to know them, really think highly of them. They have been in St. Louis for decades, going back to the 70s, and they are all in on St. Louis. It's Brown & Crouppen, treating clients and employees like gold. 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about him on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Email into the show for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Call into the program, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines, and you are welcome to participate in the YouTube chat for TMA STL's YouTube channel, where many are gathered this morning. Doug, 246 friends are in there talking it over, like John Scores, Aaron and St. Chuck, and Brad, who says he's a hot husband. I don't know if that's
yet
something
another show, Hot Husbands of TMA.
calling you daddy.
That might be an even bigger hit.
I think with this audience, you've got a better chance to have a wide casting call.
Or not so hot husbands.
That's all there at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. The program is called TMA. Robert Thomas joining us coming up at the bottom of the hour here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
Street Boys. Oh yeah, the blues are marching in. Benna, Thomas, Holloway, and Shen. Playing tough and the D is tight. Clark Avenue.
I guarantee Doug likes this one.
Love this.
If the puck rolls right and they keep it up.
I can't kind of feel it singing
2019 against
Michael
Stanley
Bublé.
Cup.
Rich Cool.
There's a long way to go, but these
Karaoke bar
boys
on
can
Holland.
skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late.
Oh, this is nice.
I might be up all night. Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Oh my God! Greatest song ever.
Rogers and Hammertoe coming back with vengeance.
Wow.
Is this brand new to the show?
So yeah, Rogers and Hammertoe heard Doug saying he wishes there was a more glowworm kind of big band version of one of these blues songs.
Sure.
And he didn't hesitate and sent in this. I mean,
Came up with it.
You can imagine a guy in like one of those pinstriped blazers and like a straw hat.
Holding a scotch in the left hand and a microphone in the right.
Yeah.
And a dart hanging out of the left side of his lips.
Yeah, bow tie
Dame on either
undone.
side of him.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think I've ever seen a positive review in about 10 texts in a row in this text inbox in the history of the program, but the people love this song. Let's see. Now, that's a tune. That's from the 407. I think we just found the new Gloria. That's from Stepdad Gary. Shooter McGavin says it's about time we got this kind of banger. Edges and Stripes LLC. Sometimes I don't know if this is the Google messaging service. Sometimes people's real names and businesses are just some are in there, some aren't. Sure. I get the sense that this might be a case that this could be the new Gloria. LMAO banger. And then Eric in the Central West End says, now this song is perfect. And Jackson's wedding buddy, Sweet Sweet Kai, all these horns are making me oh so horny.
Yeah, well, I implore Rogers and Hammertoe to head to tmastl.com and sign up for the Listener of the Month.
Wow.
Because I think contributions like this, like in a somewhat serious, like, it's so cool that our listeners are incredibly creative and they are a major part of the show, whether it's texting in, YouTube
and candidly
comments,
more talented than the hosts.
calling in, sending us these awesome songs that we get to play. It's really a treat, and we appreciate it and would love to recognize, the people for their works.
Wow. People are asking, where can I download the
people
song?
want to be able to listen to it.
So he's put up the Young Redbirds song. He put up on his
Who?
Rogers.
Who's he?
Rogers and Hammertoe.
Okay.
That's
Is that two people or one people?
Well, it's like a group. It's like the White Stripes.
So you said he.
Oh, really?
Well, I think it's a he, but you can never tell.
No,
So Rogers and Hammertoe are married, or are they brother and sister?
Hall & Oates.
Is that mutually exclusive?
Yeah, exactly. Or
Well,
they're polyamorous.
It could be a polyamory situation.
And I wasn't worried
I
about
don't
the
want to
pronoun.
assume.
I was concerned by the singular nature. You said he. I don't care he, she, they, them, whatever.
Very progressive.
But I was confused when you said it like a singular person because it's Rogers and Hammertoe.
Hammertoe.
Are there not two people?
I think it's one. It could be two. It could be, but I think it's
Tim, are
one.
you confused?
It's one guy who's good with AI. And it's a play on, obviously, on Rogers and Hammerstein. Rogers and Hammerstein did all the musical
shot. Tim actually had like a mini pistol.
And he's typing in, 10 sentences on an AI generator and hits go, and it spits out that song.
You've been red hot with the mouth noises. The pack-a-lunch noise you were making.
That's what I said about the show Adolescence. Yee. And now my wife and I watched a second episode of, what is the John Hamm thing? Your Friends and Neighbors?
Yeah.
Ooh.
See,
Yeah.
It says so much without actually saying anything.
I'm telling you, that's a Tom Petty song. Yeah. Oh,
Guys, this song is like when Harry on the show Night Court used to listen to Mel Torme. Nobody knew why we didn't really like it, but we rolled with it. That's from the 314. I think Rogers and Hammertoe has a hit. And following Game 3 at about 11:45 at night, when the Blues win in overtime to go up 2-1 in the series, they'll be playing this in the Enterprise Center. It's a Jim Dandy.
You would
Doug.
hope they would.
Can we sample that for RT?
Yeah.
I play it for him.
Robert
He
Thomas
might.
is joining us here in
Give him
about
a
5
couple
minutes.
choices, though.
What do you mean? Like,
Let's play a couple for him, and let's let him select the 3 stars.
huh?
Yeah.
I'm just going to give the audience a read here, and for those of you on YouTube, you can go back and go through it like there's a Pruder film if you want. I think we had a moment where Jackson tuned out.
No,
Wasn't sure what I was offering up.
I was listening.
It was about 8 seconds. I reckon it was what I call a balloon party flashback, where I'd go, "Oh God, I lost him. I best keep talking."
No. I was listening. I just don't think it would be a good idea to have Robert Thomas listen to 3 different songs before saying a word.
Yeah.
So Martin Jackson trying to be polite in your alliance,
Yep.
saying bad idea jeans. Well, I thought I'd only be in Haiti once, so why not? Bad idea jeans, Doug. Kevin Neal in front of the show?
I don't know who it was.
Well, my theory, he doesn't always like talking hockey with us clowns, so I thought, well, maybe we'll have a little fun. What do you think of this one? How about this one? You pick.
Okay, I'm okay.
Tim, you think it's a bad idea?
I'd short the market.
Okay.
I'd
How
short
about
the
one
market.
song? You guys
Yeah, I'll
want
play when we come back from break
Okay.
with Robert Thomas. I will play one of the blues songs, and we'll get his opinion. Just like we got the opinion of Young Birds from Miles Michaelis and Victor Scott, a.k.a. Argo.
I think Robert will be polite, kind of a high-pitched laugh, maybe 3 sounds.
awkward laugh?
Yeah, exactly.
The reverse-
that's pretty good.
Reverse media chuckle, where the player does it back to you.
Reverse media.
Jackson, Mr. Siders, and you got a chance to spend an afternoon together in the Fan Page Club Championship last year.
Magical. It was magical.
And Martin, he's very critical of Jackson's inability to hit a 7-iron more than 145 yards, and he's texting in, "Don't play those effing dumbass songs for Thomas. He's going to think we're all losers." That's from Mr. Siders.
I can assure you he has no idea who you are.
Oh!
We're all losers. That's like, what are you talking about? We might look like losers.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
That's a daily occurrence. You, Mr. Siders, you are just a name.
Oh, my God. I've never heard
Sometimes-
a due person talk down to the listeners like that in my life. The
Yeah.
proletariats will be at the doorstep.
Listen, I want to, sometimes we have to have a little reality check. It happens to me minute by minute, honestly, but sometimes the listeners need it too. And I just praise the listeners, so I think I've earned
Fair and balanced.
that criticism.
Let's get real. This show's a nerd and loser convention. That's from Doug's Dangling Dingleberry. Doug, there's moments of reality being forced in our faces. They're holding up the mirror, and we don't like what we see.
What he said wasn't kind.
What was the convention that was in town? Was it the stepdad convention?
Asphalt.
Or something?
Asphalt convention.
No, I know, but there was like a stepdad.
There was a stepdad
Oh.
convention.
Or was stay-at-home dad? I think it was stay-at-home dad
Like
convention.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton. Got to
Indeed.
get rid of the whoopee.
Yeah.
What's
yes.
going on at that convention?
Guys just
Buying mops?
A lot of them don't show up.
a lot
They
of
just
guys
stay at home.
just talking shop. You know,
That would have been a great one for random audio.
do you put baking soda in your refrigerator? Self-cleaning ovens and such?
Don't say and such.
What kind of air fryer do you use?
Shut it, nerd! Play some drops! There's your reality check. That's from the 314.
Shut it, nerd. God, that's hurtful.
Is that going to be the title of the segment?
A lot of what we're hearing. It's not kind.
This show's fantastic, except for Sharon. There's nothing wrong with staying at home. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And she is not happy with Sharon and Clayton and Doug. You're just going to have a real situation. You're going to have security on the set between these two.
I think so.
Robert Thomas joining us coming up. Then we got the drops of the week. Then we got Joey Vitale. That'll be about an hour and a half. That'll lead into the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which will lead into BK and Ferrario. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Great savings at Schnucks just in time for Easter. The Schnucks Easter meal deal helps you feed your guests for just over $5 or less per serving. Whether you're hosting a big Easter gathering or a small family get-together, maybe Sweet Kai says you can only bring yourself. You don't have to spend a fortune on your feast. The deal includes everything from your Easter ham, potatoes, rolls, plus the ingredients for the green bean casserole. They've got dessert covered as well. Savings on fruit, yellow cake, dessert shells, all of this right now. Don't miss this delicious deal available going until next week as well, April 22nd. Get all the details in the Schnucks weekly ad or in your Schnucks Rewards app. Ham's available while supplies last. Go to Schnucks today. Stock up and save money on your Schnucks Easter meal deal. The Easter meal deal for $5 or less per serving. All of this going on right now in time for this weekend for Easter. It's a Schnucks deal just for you at Easter.
8 boys. Oh yeah, the Blues are marching in. Get to them playoffs, boys, just win. We don't care about the first round pick. If you keep these boys together, they're gonna be sick.
Jackson, what a terrible idea.
Cairo and the old vet Fowler.
Robert Thomas
Neighbors
joining us right now. Robert, we want you to take a listen to this and give us your thoughts as listeners are submitting Blues Stanley Cup playoff songs.
Yeah, I mean, it's well done. I wouldn't say I would listen.
How about that, Doug?
They put some good effort into it.
Yeah, see, Rogers and Hammertoe. That's an endorsement.
Great job, Jack.
There you go. Robert Thomas with us here on TMA as the Blues will head off to Winnipeg coming up this afternoon. Game 1 tomorrow, 5 p.m. So, Robert, here's what goes on this program when you're not on the show. Yesterday, we said Robert Thomas is going to be joining us whatever time. And then you didn't appear on the program, had rescheduled, and we knew it was rescheduled for 8:30 today. Then you didn't skate, and so as you can imagine, or maybe you can't imagine, but I'll tell you this is what happened. Listeners, some started going, uh-oh, something must really be wrong, and that is why he isn't going on the show. Then you didn't skate. So I must ask directly, is this a conspiracy?
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
There it is, Doug.
No relation to me not skating. Not coming on yesterday.
All right, Doug. There it is. It's a denial. So the question, of course, is how are you feeling? People saw you leave following the game. Jim Montgomery said it was precautionary. You guys were up by a comfortable margin. Let me put it to you this way. Number one, how are you feeling? But number two, if that game were a little tighter, would you have been in a spot where you would have been able to stay in?
All these hypotheticals are nice.
You better believe it. I'm coming 60 minutes here today.
You thought the Jets were going to be tough.
Yeah.
You better bone up, son.
Back off, Mike Wallace.
No, I am feeling a lot better. The last 2 days, just getting some rest, especially yesterday, are very important. Obviously we have the first 2 games are 1 day off, and then we get 2 days off in between games after that. So the rest will be very important, but I am feeling better and looking forward to trying to get out there today.
Yeah, and I think Coach Monty said yesterday, he'll be back out there. He also noted they worked a lot on defense yesterday, and he said Robert doesn't need to worry about that. Doesn't need to work on that, I should say. Oh. So the coach was quite pleased.
That's very nice of him.
Yes. He's on your side. How about the game Tuesday night? What was this mindset, the psyche going in? Because there was so much on the line. Obviously, you guys came out flying. Tell us a little bit about pregame and just the vibe of the team.
Yeah, I think for us, we had a lot of confidence going into the game. I think it was a great test for us, where everything's on the line. You control your own fate, and it's like we're going to show up and just close this game out in the first period. And obviously, you don't close the game out in the first period, but you give yourself a very good chance. And that was our goal coming into the game. And they're coming in off the back-to-back, and we just wanted to get on them early. And the first period was awesome, and definitely gave us some confidence moving into playoffs that we can do it.
I know the fans were nervous about the outcome of that game, but I expect you guys went in just full of confidence, didn't you?
Yeah, full of confidence and, just ready for the moment. A lot of us had waited a little while for a game like that, and we were just excited for that opportunity. Whether you win or lose, you have a great opportunity to do something really cool in front of your fans. We've had a ton of success at home lately, and there was just so many things that just breathed confidence, and we went out and did it.
You got to experience the run in 19, and now, got a guy who was playing for Minnesota, as in the Golden Gophers 3 weeks ago, is out there, gets his first goal, and then the assist on the first goal of that game in Snuggerud, and a variety of guys who are part of that young core with you. have gotten this experience from the playoff run, and now will get their opportunity to play in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So 2 questions on that, Robert. First off, what did you notice going from being a rookie and then into the heat of the Stanley Cup playoffs, your first year? And then is there anything that you have been able to say to some of these young guys, whether it's been in this kind of playoff run that you've been in for the last 2 months and leading into the Stanley Cup playoffs, about how this is a different kind of season, different kind of game?
To answer your first part, I was like a naive kid. Like, I just came in and enjoyed it. I didn't really understand the magnitude of what we were doing and until kind of a couple years later. So I think that's probably the most important thing is, look, we got a good mix of young guys and kind of established players, and just the experience for our whole group will not only be great for us this year, but moving forward. And as we, come into a time where we're going to be wanting to contend every single year. And I think just that experience and just the whole way this last half of the season has gone has been so positive for so many guys on our team. I don't really have much to say. I was kind of just there enjoying the moment. I didn't really think too much. Going into Winnipeg, it's going to be so loud, and they got their whiteout and all that stuff. So for them, it's a great building to get used to the playoffs and experience that, and hopefully find a lot of success.
Yeah, whether it's Snuggerud, Bolduc, neighbors, first time for all three, do you even say anything to them? And I think it was Cam Fowler yesterday said, really for all of us, he said, you just kind of got to settle in. It doesn't matter if you're 20 or 30. But is there anything you need to say or can say?
Not really. I think just enjoying the moment. I think the emotion is so high. It's a roller coaster. Just enjoy the ups and try and limit the downs. And that part of it is like you just go through a long season. Whether you're injured or tired, you allow the excitement to get you up for games, and just don't think about it. You just go out and play and enjoy it. It's a time to celebrate a great season and try and make it an even better season. So that's kind of all I got to say.
Robert, despite missing those 12 games early in the season with the injury, you still led the team in scoring. You were a plus 20 this year. You had averaged almost an assist a game. Do you feel like this is the best year of your career, that you're playing better than you have at any time in your life right now?
Yeah, I feel like you really try and make a point to be better every year, and find a way to continue to get better every year. And I feel like I've taken a big step this year, even from last year, and especially in the second half of the year. And that's something that's really exciting for me. It shows the work and what you're doing is the right thing, and it's obviously benefiting you on the ice. So I'm excited to continue to grow on that. There's always ways to get better, and I think I've really found a good system for me to continue to get better and to stay healthy, and I think those things are really important, and I've been happy with the results, and I'm excited to see how far I can take this.
I felt like when we talked to you, when they selected the team, you were a little bit maybe disappointed, maybe mad, whatever it was about the team not being on the Four Nations. I don't know at your level, does stuff like that motivate you? What kicked in this last couple of months where you've been playing at an unbelievable, like, elite level?
I think a couple things. Like, yeah, obviously I was disappointed, getting injured, and then not having enough time to try and make that team was frustrating. But at the same time, it's like you got to use whatever you can to motivate you. I think of myself as wanting to become one of the best players in the league, and that's my motivation. That's what drives me every day. And as you kind of grow and grow and grow, you gain a little bit more confidence, and you see what other guys are doing. And I think those things combined kind of help me continue to grow and get better.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, talking it over on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You mentioned at the outset of our conversation, Robert, that the schedule a little unique, especially for a first-round series. I know you had a couple days off in between games during the Stanley Cup Final, but this one is spread out, and so Game 5 wouldn't even take place until a week from Wednesday. Is that something that you guys like? Is that something that could be advantageous? How do you view the extra days off that is set up for this first-round series with the Jets?
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. I've never had a series schedule set up like this, so it's new to me. Maybe after I'll figure out if it's advantageous or not, but I got no idea. You just do whatever you can to control what you can, and it's new for a lot of us, so I have no expectations on kind of how it's going to feel.
Bernie Federko was with us yesterday, and when he was playing, there'd be times where they would play back-to-back games during the Stanley Cup playoffs. You don't see that anymore. I know a lot of that has to do with television. Does the intensity of these playoff games require, in some capacity, even if television weren't a factor, at least a day off in between, or would you like the opportunity to go back-to-back?
No, I don't think back-to-backs in the cards. I think they did it in the bubble, and it didn't go well.
Yeah.
It's too hard after, a long season, and then the intensity of these games and with your bodies, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
How about Winnipeg, what they've done? The President's Trophy, they started 15-1, but just the talent they have. Talk a little bit, if you would. I hate when people say talk a little bit.
Yeah, well, you just did it, Mark.
God, delete that from the Jackson. Delete that from the audio.
It's deleted.
Okay. Robert, this Winnipeg squad is loaded. What do you think?
Nice. That was nice. That upgrade.
Wow. I don't know if that's any better.
No, it really wasn't. Talk about Winnipeg, please.
All right, I'll talk about it. They're obviously a great team. They play a good team game. They score a lot of goals. They are one of the best at defending goals. They have a great goalie. There's a lot of things that they do well. I feel like we have really close games with them every time, whether it's going into the late part of the game or overtime, and it's going to be a really tight series. We both pride ourselves on defense and checking, and I think it's just going to come down to a game of mistakes. Who can make less mistakes? Who can capitalize on mistakes? And it's going to be an exciting one.
You figure you'll be on the ice a lot when Scheifele's out there?
I don't know yet. I'm not sure. I'm assuming a decent amount, yeah.
Yeah. Is he tough to play against? Had 39 goals this year. Is he one of the better centers in the league?
Yeah, he's a good player. Really smart. He controls the puck well. He skates smoothly. He's always kind of got his head up looking for options. He's a good player. Even though he has 39 goals, he's a good playmaker. And, it'll be a really good challenge. That line's really good for them.
Robert, you talked about that whiteout that they have. A weird setup in 2019 for fans who may not remember this. The Blues won the first two games in Winnipeg. Winnipeg came here, won the next two games. Then the Blues won again in Winnipeg in Game 5, and the home team did not win until the Blues wrapped up that series in Game 6. So during that adventure, you guys went through Winnipeg, Dallas, San Jose, and Boston, playoff series in Minnesota and Colorado. Any building of those that stands out to you? How does Winnipeg compare as far as playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs with other buildings that you've experienced?
Yeah, they're all pretty similar. That was my first playoff series, so I was pretty impressed by the whiteout. They're Lippy fans too. They like chirping when you're in the box or walking off the ice. So it was really nice to get the best of them 3 times. So we're hoping to do the same this time.
Well, Tim, this is our last visit, right? The playoffs
That's
shut
right.
down.
This is it.
The Army mandate's about to kick in. No more player interviews. So this is, I feel we've done as much as we can do to propel you to this moment, Robert.
Candidly, I think we're responsible for your
sure.
great season.
We should get a ring this year.
Wouldn't mind if we get invited to so just putting that out there. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the Masters, because I know you're a golf obsessed like I am, and I would imagine you were locked in on Sunday afternoon. Is that the case, and what did you think?
Yeah, I was watching it. It was awesome. I think everyone. I'll speak for what I think. I think everyone kind of secretly wanted Rory to win. Obviously, it's huge golf history, and I think I got a little emotional seeing him just celebrate. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just Rory fashion to choke it and then win it. That was pretty funny. So I loved it. I think we should end with a put him on the spot Action Jackson question.
Oh, I think that's only fitting. You know, if there's one guy who knows hockey on this show, it's Action Jackson.
Oh, okay, Rob.
What they got?
All right. Here we go. So I'm asking a question here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Robert.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Robert.
Okay.
Who's big for you?
Does Jobu make the trip with the team when you guys head out to Manitoba?
Nice recovery.
Nice
If so, does he get his own seat on the plane?
Done.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Well done. Yeah, I think he's flying the plane.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
He's the pilot.
He's on the sticks.
They're on instruments.
He's on the sticks.
He does it all.
He does it all.
He'll guide you guys to glory.
Gosh. I would put Jobu next to Vitale so that he'd have someone to talk to.
That's not a bad idea either. Well, Robert, we've enjoyed the conversations with you, really going back to the beginning of the season, and hope that sometime in mid-June we'll be able to look back on the run that gets underway tomorrow night. Congratulations on a hell of a year, and best of luck here in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We really appreciate your time each week.
Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed it.
Appreciate it, man.
Forward to next year.
Thanks, brother. That's Robert Thomas with us here, wrapping up his run with TMA in the regular season. And
right.
Jackson, I mean, you got to ask a pointed question.
Yeah, quick delivery on my part too.
Yeah, I mean, there was some wonderful pacing, built up the anticipation, and I like the Jobu question.
Yeah, I thought it was
The question was solid. I was concerned about the buildup at the free throw line. Isn't there a time limit? Like you can lose the right to shoot the free throw.
Giannis takes every millisecond of it.
I felt like they were about to take away your free throw attempt.
Yeah, they did that once to Giannis in the playoffs. Oof. Asked my buddy Herb about that. I like how Robert Thomas said the Winnipeg fans are lippy, because I think we can commiserate, because sometimes our fans are a little lippy.
We take a lot of shrapnel during the show.
I recall the Cardinals saying, and they've had plenty of series with the Giants in the Stanley Cup playoffs, that the Giants fans are infamously lippy. But I think back, is the bullpen in San Francisco still down the right and left field lines?
I thought so.
It still is?
I thought so.
Because the Cubs used to be that way at Wrigley,
Right.
but they've moved it now. And that was one of the reasons why the relievers would be like, God, it's brutal, these fans. And I go in San Francisco, he goes, oh, they're the worst.
Yeah. I don't think there's any place to put a bullpen in the outfield in San Francisco.
No, it's
Is it
The
been moved behind
outfield,
the
aren't they
wall?
like in right center?
yeah,
kind of?
they moved it. Yeah, now it's right. It's like pretty much dead center, because they have the arcade thing in right field with the windows, and then obviously McCovey Cove behind it, and then pretty much dead center is where the bullpen is.
And you think they did that just because the fans were yelling at the players?
The thing where they were bullpens on the side, like around the foul lines, there had to be the most dangerous thing. Like if you weren't paying
That's what
attention,
every ballpark was like, really. I mean, the old Busch Stadium had it for a while. Doug Terry Pendleton, was that Game 3 against the Dodgers in '85? Is back to the plate, catches it over his shoulder, and then guns out the runner at home, and that turned the series. Is that right?
I think so, but they used to always have a guy with the glove there standing in front of either the catcher or the pitcher who was warming up, who had his back turned to the plate.
Watchman.
So if they had a watchman,
known as
so
the
if there was a
watchman.
line drive, someone was there to protect them.
I think the Cubs wasn't there a fight? Because you literally, if you sat along the brick wall, kind of like our Yankee guys, Vinny last year with Mookie Betts, you could touch the back of like the bullpen catcher and the relievers. You were right on top of them, and I think there was a fight at Wrigley because they started like pushing the guy, or touching them.
And they also got in the way sometimes of the play. If there was a foul ball over there,
everyone's
the bullpens would have to scatter. Sometimes even
trip over a mound.
Yeah, I like the two-tiered bullpens. I always find that cool. Colorado, I think, has that.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom not happy with Jackson's question. She wanted you to ask, hey, Robert, do you feel safe within your own confines? Blink twice if you've seen Sharon outside creeping. And that's the question.
That's a good one.
That the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom wanted to hear. Joey Vitale going to join us coming up at 9:15. Coming up, we're going to have the drops of the week. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues playoffs obviously start tomorrow, but tonight, if you're listening on the radio, it's 101 ESPN, you're going to hear some NBA play-in action, baby. Hawks taking on the Heat. Pregame at 5:30. Tip-off at 6 p.m. Grizzlies and Mavericks. That tips off after that game around 8:30 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
We fight, we claw, we'll never stop. Stanley dreams will reach the top. Joe, who's got our back? Believe the plot. Blues on fire, yeah, we're red hot. Every pass, every check, every score. We're here for the fight, we want more. Fans in the stands, hear them roar. Blues and them loud, heart to the core.
Oh, you like this one?
Not as much as the last one.
I really like this one, though.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's like 2010 pop vibes.
That's what I was actually thinking.
Little
too.
Jason Derulo kind of.
You like Jason Derulo?
Like a little late period Lupe Fiasco.
Every pass,
Superstar?
Yeah. Show goes on. That was like was my introduction to Lupe. I know that's late period Lupe, but
Feels kind of like Patio.
Yeah.
The patio at patios, like pregame and maybe throw in some bags.
Oh, yeah. I like playing bags with patios.
It's Teammate 101 ESPN, just joined by Robert Thomas. He said there was no conspiracy theory with him rescheduling his appearance on this program yesterday and not skating. He is going to be skating today, and he is looking forward to playing tomorrow in Winnipeg. The boys will skate in St. Louis and then fly to Manitoba following the skate. Blues, Jets, 5 p.m. I like the 5 p.m. start. I like the 6:30 p.m. start.
I don't like the 9 o'clock start.
But, I mean, only one of the first four buried at that 9 o'clock one. I mean, it sucks. But in St. Louis, it's a Thursday night. Some people will take off anyway. They'll have a pony on Thursday night.
Yeah.
That's been declared a pony as well.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think it is.
Okay. You wavered. Now the Friday, May 2nd, absolute
all-time pony.
Oh, pony show.
All-time pony. It's sundress season. May is sundress season.
Just because of the late start, people will wear snazzier sundresses.
I wouldn't wear a sundress to a Blues game. You know how cold it is in there.
It is
I don't recommend it.
We'll see what Joey Vitale says. That's coming up in the next 15 minutes. Jackson, you can podcast anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, and you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna is online at EvergreenSTL.com. You ever feeling down? My recommendations are the following. Watch Primetime Glick Rabbit Hole on YouTube. Watch Game 6 of the 2011 World Series. Watch Game 7 of the 2019 Western Conference Semifinals. And call Mark Hanna at 314-889-0503. And Doug, you'll be riding a high. He'll make you feel better about life. And he'll make you... He is. He's a life Sherpa. Make you feel better about your finances, too, because now you're going to have a plan. You've taken the first step. You're going to work with a really good person who customizes the plan to your specific needs and goals. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He is online at evergreenstl.com. Everyone needs a financial advisor, and Mark Hanna is a first-class individual. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. It's Friday, it's TMA, and that means it's time for the drops of the week.
Okay.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. Oh, boy, here we go. There comes a Tim McKernan special.
I can get you some white.
They were wearing some sort of horned headwear apparatus of some sort.
Jamie Rivers needs to take his shirt off.
Clean my bin.
Mason Wynn.
The dude be bussin'?
And they were giving it to Lardass.
You smell that action, Jackson? That's spring in the air.
You know, you've never seen anything this hard before.
Like I said, that you guys don't really have many guidelines on who gets to take up the majority of the show.
No.
Smooth.
I hope you heal the small man that resides inside of you.
I'm a professional on 5 inches. Do you sing yourself at all?
What was that?
That was Drops of the Week.
I really wanted to put in you doing Imus, saying, "What was that?" But Miles' response was just as good.
Kind of the same vibe.
Very similar.
Doug, you have to feel better about the show.
I feel much
now.
better now because I was down a little bit before.
And then you kind of do a mental Rolodex of the week that was. Like, oh, yeah, we had Michaelis on, and we had Holiday making fun of us.
Right,
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then, when did Jackson say lard ass? I don't remember. But...
Yeah, it was something about Stand By Me and the Vomit Comet.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
Is that your? That might be my favorite scene in Stand By Me. Is the lard ass story interlude. Outside of the leeches.
I'll take it back to Julia Louis-Dreyfus's husband, Richard. And the kids are calling him to drive him to practice right at the end of the Doug, do you mind if I call it picture?
I don't mind. No.
I thought you didn't like when people call movies pictures.
I'll let it go this time.
And he wraps up writing the book and says, I never had better friends than when I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
Lord, does anybody? And I thought, you know what? I watched that probably right around the time when I was 10, and I think there's some truth to it. And I thought it was poignant. So, yeah, I like seeing Will Wheaton remove leeches from his balls.
Oh, there's an argument that...
but I like that scene better.
Agreed. There's an argument that Stephen King's best movie adaptations are the ones that aren't really the horror movie ones. Like Stand By Me and Shawshank Redemption.
Wow, nice.
Shining, but he hated Kubrick's Shining, so there's that.
Why did he hate it?
Stanley Kubrick was known to be tough to work with.
But he can be tough to work with, and yet you enjoy the finished product.
I think that colored Stephen King's appreciation of the movie.
But he thought 12 years old was the ideal age? Is that what he was getting at?
That you'd never have better friends when you're 12
that
years
could be.
old.
Clip Doug off.
But that'll be played forever.
Oh, God.
It is a pretty good age.
Yeah.
Where you're old enough to kind of understand what's going on. You're still getting to play all the sports, and you don't have too many worries about paying bills or anything, and your whole life's laid out in front of you.
And we didn't have phones. We just get on our bikes and rolled all over.
Played wiffle ball and fuzzball all day long.
Yep.
Yeah.
To be 12 again.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad age to be frozen in.
Indeed.
But what, so that's 6th grade, 7th grade?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
12-years call in.
Yeah, if you would, 314-974-0101. Now, that is how we welcome you to join the program. And, Doug, was Mark Milton and Dick Vitale, were they in the same building last night?
They were both right there. Yep, I sat right next to Milty at the College Basketball Awards. Wonderful gentleman. You know, he's just off battling with the godforsaken tax man. Tax season just wrapped up. If you have any kind of tax problems at all, this is the guy you need to know. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. That's what everybody's saying now. Even though you may be guilty, he'll make sure that you get the best possible outcome. He doesn't deal with a lot of people who don't have any problems at all, but that's what he does. He helps you when you need problems. Maybe you forgot to file your tax returns. Maybe you've got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing a criminal investigation. Mark Milton is right there to help you through it. He used to represent the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. I don't know what else you want on a fellow's resume who is a tax attorney. This guy is one of the best in the entire country, and he just happens to be right here in St. Louis. He can take care of any kind of tax issue that you might have. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. That's Mark Milton, the stltaxlawyer.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Doug, you got this casting at Brio for the Real Housewives of TMA. Even though it sounds like you've already announced 3 spots are filled. We've got the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Sharon and Clayton. And who is the third one? Scott Sprinkled Ballsack's wife?
Yeah, ball and beer bitch.
She wants in, but so does caller Jen now. Hey, boys, caller Jen here. I would love to be considered for the casting call for the Real Housewives of TMA. Okay. Jackson, can you add my name to the list? Maybe I'm too late. Also, Mark Hanna can vouch for me. So Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour online at evergreenstl.com, is going to be able to vouch for caller Jen. And Doug, yet another one added to the list for this casting at Brio.
It's very possible there will be an opening because, let's face it, the stay-at-home Ledoux mom is a dude.
Oh, my Word.
And that would disqualify him unless he wants to show up in drag. We would accept that.
You would accept
we
that?
would accept one drag queen.
Yeah, right. Well,
trying to be progressive.
That's something that we'll look forward to in the casting, and then I guess Game 6 of the Blues and Jets on Friday, May 2nd. Cardinals also at home on that date. Will be the pilot episode. That's going to be fun.
Okay.
And I guess it starts off with a little happy hour downtown. And then it culminates after going to both games and all the cameras following them around and them signing autographs. I guess patio at Napoli?
I don't know that I've got that much in me, Tim. Sounds like a lot of production work. I was just thinking they're sitting around Brio.
Opening shot with them enjoying Han bombs.
I don't know what that is. But I guess
the bartender at Napoli.
Yeah, because you don't go to Napoli, bro.
Exactly.
What's a Han bomb?
Clip that off.
What is it?
Jackson, what's up?
It's like, you know what a bomb is?
No. That's why I'm asking.
It's like a shot that's got a bunch of stuff in it, like not like mixer. It's like a mixed drink, but with a heavier alcohol pour. It's smaller. You take it like a shot, but it's a lot sweeter.
And this is what they have at Brio.
At Napoli, when you're hanging out on the patio, Urus, rented Lamborghini Urus out front, and you're flexing. And
right.
You
and then
order,
you say, we're having a pony tonight. The Blues just advanced to take on the Avalanche.
Right.
We're going to go have vengeance on the Avalanche and Stan Kroenke. Let's celebrate with a Han bomb.
Right. And then you fire one of those back, order about 28 more, pass them out to everyone. It's a numbers game.
Now, would Bar Napoli be a better setting for this?
Yes.
Or Brio?
No, you do the casting at Brio during the day.
Shoot the scene.
Thank you, Martin.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to be able to visualize this thing.
Claves is sort of photobombing in the background,
Yes,
drinking a giant red wine.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
If you've never ripped a Han bomb out of an intern's crack on that patio, you have not lived. That's from the self-made stay-at-home with Mom.
Is that like a luge situation?
I didn't even know what it was.
The crack. That'd have to be a luge. That's vile. I've seen it happen, though.
Joey Vitale will give us his thoughts on Han bombs. That's coming up next. Joey Vitale with us. Where will we go on this adventure?
I just don't know.
It's the Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, which comes up in the 10 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas was with us in the previous hour. You can always go back and podcast the program on YouTube or the TMA STL app. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Want to head to Florida? 7 different locations out of Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. FlyMidAmerica.com is the website to find out more about these Allegiant trips you can take to Vegas, to South Carolina. They started going to Knoxville. They've added Gulf Shores, all these great destinations. One airport, it's Mid-America Airport, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. In Mascoutah, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. Great deals on the flights, and you get the convenience of traveling out of this airport where you park less than $10 a day, walk in, get through security. Typical timing for this from car to gate is about 15 minutes. It's unbelievable. The convenience you get, the savings you get. Go online, flymidamerica.com. Savings for veterans as well. Beautiful terminal there. They've expanded over the years. Great airport, great convenience, and saving money, whether you're going to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, Destin, all these great locations. Find out more online at flymidamerica.com.
Doug, is this a blues song or is this Florence and the Machine?
I can't tell.
This is the Sid the Kid song.
This is Joey's theme song now?
It was the song that Sid the Kid.
I know that, but I mean, I didn't know if this is what you were doing now every time Joey's with us.
I don't think it's a bad. This is a great song.
It's a great beat, Doug.
I like her.
Is the percussion key or is it Florence's voice?
No, it's probably her voice.
I think it's the slow start and then the pickup. I think that's what does it. This song had a big second life after Guardians of the Galaxy 3 came out because it finished that movie. And there was a video of Florence reacting to it, and she starts to like tear up. It's pretty incredible.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
She's got a cover out right now. What is it?
Just what is the cover that Florence
just did a cover? The U2 song.
What's going on? Jackson just hopped on the phone like he's on hotline.
We didn't call Vitale. It came out of the break.
No, I called him. He just dropped. I told you.
Okay. I thought you forgot to call. No, you did. You talked to him.
Yeah, we found out he was going to Winnipeg. Indeed. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can go in there and talk it over with Aaron in St. Chuck, who seems like she might be mad at Doug as well because you didn't list her as one of the finalists. I think at this point now,
finalist.
I think we really do need to do this show.
You do?
I'm shooting an episode of The Spread Zone with Riz and Stalter following TMA today, and I'm going to talk with those guys who do a wonderful job here at Hubbard, Doug, and say, hey, boys, I think we do need to do the Real Housewives of TMA auditions. So, Doug, you're the executive producer.
I think Joey could be the Ryan Seacrest, kind of hosting.
I think he would be interested in that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the great Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Wonderful. You get to fly to Manitoba today, so I would imagine you're on a high.
Oh, yeah. Missed my favorite holiday, Easter. My daughter's birthday's tomorrow. Erickson Ek decided to score with under 30 seconds to go, or else my butt's in Vegas. But now I'm heading to Winnipeg. So, you know what? Life could be worse, but life could also be better if I'm just being completely honest right now.
I like that. I like the honesty.
Yeah.
But we were actually breaking this down in the commercial break outside of we actually really have to do the Real Housewives of TMA now. And that is that Jamie Rivers was crestfallen by the fact that Erickson Ek scored that goal for the Wild that led to the Blues playing the Jets because he wanted to go to Las Vegas. But I think if you went to Las Vegas, I don't see you as a guy who's like out, at the clubs getting bottle service. That doesn't strike me as your vibe at this point in your life. Is that a good read?
Oh, you couldn't get a better read. I'm just weather-based. This has nothing to do with the entertainment, the lights. I just want good weather. I think it's going to be chilly up in Winnipeg, but you're absolutely right. I mean, people have their vices in Vegas. I'm kind of go there. I actually love Vegas in the mornings. It's like my favorite time because I'm an early bird. I get up early. I work out. I actually really enjoy the Strip. To me, it has its finest when there's no one on it because it's so massive and it's so big and it's such energized in the middle of the day and obviously at night. But waking up at 5 or 6 and walking down the Strip is kind of peaceful in my mind. And anything after 9 a.m., I kind of start getting a little squirrely. So yeah, to answer your question, I've done the bottle service. I've lived that life. It was a fun life, but I don't want to go backwards. I like where I'm at now, and I'm trying to reprioritize. I will say, with speaking of reprioritizing life and just trying to get your ducks in a row, Winnipeg is probably an ideal situation for me as I'm just going to hunker down, get caught up on some reading, get caught up on some planning for the summer, and just try to get my life in order, as they say, Tim. Anyone ever tell you that? You got to get your life in order? I've been told that lately.
Yeah, Doug tells me that all the time.
Yeah.
Says my priorities out of whack.
I would think if you're walking the Strip at Vegas at 5 or 6 in the morning, you're getting the stragglers coming home from the night before. Maybe some victims of unfortunate tattoos.
Doug, we call them heel carriers.
Heel carriers.
Yeah, usually around 3, 4 in the morning, they come in defeated,
Kind of the walk of
carrying the
shame.
heels.
Yeah.
Yep. Heel carriers.
Listen, I've been there. Like I said, it was a good time in my life. I don't want to go back. My rookie party at Northeastern for hockey, now they don't do this anymore. But I probably shouldn't be saying this, but hell with it, I'll say it anyway. What they made you do, the freshmen, you had to get like 10 freshman girls and bring them to this party. And that's all the upperclassmen. Right, yeah. I said, hey, we just need every freshman's got to bring 10 girls. So you're inviting all these girls around campus. A girl in my math class, hey, Kelsey, you want to come to the party on Saturday? Oh, what's it about? I don't know. There's beer there. She's like, sure. So I'll bring some of my friends. Perfect. That's 3. Check them off the list. Anyway, get to the party, and they don't tell you this, but you basically have to go up on stage naked and tell a joke. Now, I didn't know that.
Oh.
I didn't know that. Yeah. I didn't know. For the growers, not showers out there, that's a bit of an issue. Not saying I'm one of those guys. I'm speaking on my friend's behalf here. You had to go up and you had to kind of do that. And so I did that and, manned up like a man. But I got obviously too much into one night. The next thing I remember, I woke up in the Boston, Massachusetts hospital with one shoe on. I had a big dong driven all over my face. Hooked up to both arms.
Doug, snag that audio.
I had my boxers, one shoe, but I still had my St. Joseph medal. Thank the good Lord. My dad gave me the St. Joseph medal when I was baptized. Still wearing it. Hold on one second.
Doug, what's going on?
He's getting the medal.
This is unhinged.
That's my medal. So anyway, I was really nervous that I lost that because I had that medallion since I was a baby. But I had my medal, I had a shoe, and I had boxers. And I just woke up in the middle of this waiting room area, and I just started pulling this needle out of my arm. And then I got outside, and I saw the Prudential Center, which is the equivalent of, like, the Arch for Boston. It's kind of that big building with a big needle up top. And I see the Prudential Center, and Northeastern's right next to the Prudential Center. And, guys, the Prudential Center looked like a Tic Tac. I mean, this thing was way off in the distance, but I could see it. So I just started walking towards the Prudential Center. I had no money, no wallet, and I got some looks. So, Doug, you brought me back to that time, and so there it was. I said it. I made it back. All good.
Okay. Well, we're glad you're safe.
How
Now,
long did
my
it?
wife was not at that party. She was also a freshman at the time.
Okay.
She heard about this hockey rookie initiation party, and she did the noble thing and said, that's not for me. I didn't go. Thank God she did not go. We probably would not be together this day.
Probably not.
We are. 5 beautiful babies later, and the love of my life, she did not get to witness that side of Joey. So we've all been there. All you listeners out there, no shame, no guilt. We've been there. Hang in there. Life's long. You're going to be just fine.
I'm kind of afraid to ask this, but how long did it take to get the dong off your face?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that was a tough one. They used like the ultra permanent marker.
Yeah.
It was a lot of grinding and scraping. I had a little bit of bleeding. Maybe some razors were involved. I had to get that.
Oh, razors were involved.
You had to dig in. But you know what? I had to man up. Listen, everyone's been there. Right, Doug?
Well,
You've been
maybe
there.
not to that extreme. Yours is more like a outtake from The Hangover. How about Winnipeg? Going to be tough, eh?
Talk about Winnipeg.
Going to be tough. Talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening in Winnipeg. So that to me is a positive. Let's see, Winnipeg. It's an interesting draw.
There you go.
Because you could go either way. With that Erickson goal, I'm literally watching this thing kind of wind down, and I'm seeing all the benefits of Vegas. I'm seeing all the benefits of Winnipeg. I think it's a little bit of a pick your poison. I talked to Pavel Buchnevich about this a few weeks ago when we kind of thought this was going to be the scenario. I thought that Vegas would be the easier draw. I didn't like their goaltending. Maybe their bellies are a little full. I liked the fact that the Blues have been so good in the Pacific, against Vegas, against LA, against Edmonton. Their best record of any division was the Pacific. So if you fall to that, you get that top wild card, you go out to the Pacific, that could be a lot of benefits. But Pavel Buchnevich, and I've heard it backed up from different players, in a lot of ways they like where they're at here. They like the matchup in Winnipeg. I think a couple things that stand out is they feel like, although the numbers don't match it or show it, they have the goaltender that is ready for that big moment, more so than the other guy in Connor Hellebuck. And only because he's proven himself in pressure moments more than Hellebuck has. So that, to me, is a big advantage. The other advantage I think that this Blues team is looking at is they're not a very big and overly physical defensive core. Vegas, you look at the guys they have there. They're big, they're heavy, they're physical, they can box you out. The Winnipeg Jets have a little bit of that, mostly though it's on the offensive side, and they have a lot of skillful, shifty defensemen back there that I think if the Blues can get physical, they can really punish and kind of push off and really make this a big, long series. So for those two reasons, to me, that's what stands out. Their forwards are great. Their forwards are deep. They're a well-coached team. But there's also just a lot of inexperience there, guys. And like my friend Kelly Chase once told me, experience in the playoffs, it's like an old country road. You ever been down an old country road, Doug? You ever been down one of those old country roads?
Well, sure I have, yeah.
Well, yeah, when you go to my Uncle Joe's for the Special Olympics there every summer. There's an old country road there. You remember that old country road?
Right, he's there in Pacific.
Yeah, exactly, out in the Pacific there. So, playoffs and experience is like you're going down an old country road at nighttime. The first time you go down that old country road, it's like bonk and ding, and you hit the potholes, and where's the creek, and watch out for that sycamore. And you got to take your time, but it's a rough ride, But then the second time, the third time, and the fourth time, before you know it, you go down this country road 20, 30 times, you remember, even though it's dark, okay, here's the sycamore, there's the potholes, this is the part where you got to be careful, make sure the river's not running high, let's take this detour. And you can almost do it in your sleep because you're used to doing it over and over and over. You're managing the ups and the downs of the country road. And playoffs is no different. Guys, it's important. Experience is important because there's so many highs and there's so many lows. And those inexperienced teams, when the lows get low, a lot of times they don't know how to respond to it. So that's where I think that the experience of St. Louis over the Winnipeg Jets, again, it's going to be a big advantage. I know a lot of the quote-unquote experts and writers out there, every now and then you'll see one that has the St. Louis Blues upsetting Winnipeg, but I think this is going to be a much closer series than people think, and I actually think it's going to be one of the toughest series that you're going to see in this first round. I can see it going the distance. I think it's going to go 7, and I have every reason to believe you get to a Game 7 with Jordan Binnington in the cage. I mean, geez, you just got to put your money on that kid.
Well, that'd be nice. I like the idea of Las Vegas having their bellies full.
It's a real thing. Look what the Nashville Predators had this year. I mean, everyone thought they were going to be so good, including me a little bit, but should it really be a surprise? I mean, Ryan O'Reilly, Stanley Cup champion, Conn Smythe champion, right? Jonathan Marchessault, Stanley Cup champion, won a Conn Smythe. Steven Stamkos, same thing, multiple Stanley Cups. You bring in all these veteran guys. I'm not saying that's the problem, but listen, you're making millions of dollars, and you've already won everything. It's the old saying. It's the old saying in sports, Doug. You remember the old saying? What's the most dangerous dog? Anyone ever asked you that? What's the most dangerous dog?
The one on the Old Town Road?
No.
I don't know. One with the biggest teeth?
The hungry one.
Oh.
Attaboy. Is that you, Timmy? Attaboy. Timmy Sluhigh, boy.
That you, Timmy?
Clip that off.
That you?
Sluhigh got credit.
Sluhigh got
People
credit.
always think, the Rottweiler, the Pit Bull. No. The hungry one. The hungry dog is the most dangerous dog.
Oh.
So, I think got a lot of hungry dogs. I mean, look at Cam Fowler. It's been a while since he's been down this road. I mean, Brian Suter's never won a cup. He knows his time's running short. I mean, there's a lot of hungry pit bulls on this team, and nothing worse than nothing scarier than a hungry dog.
What about Winnipeg? They're starving.
Well, that's a good point, too. I mean, that's a good point, too, absolutely. But, also, I don't know if enough guys have had the taste of it, too.
Okay.
You kind of got to... you got to taste the cookie, right? Once you get
Taste
a bite
the
of
cookie.
Hungry dogs need to taste the glove.
That's correct.
Well, if you never know what the cookie tastes like, it's hard to know if you really want the cookie. You know what I mean? But once you get that cookie, you're like, oh, that's good. And then if they take that cookie away, you're like, I want that cookie back. But if you're over here saying, what's the cookie taste like? Well, it's hard to explain the cookie. Well, then you're like, well, I want it, but I also don't know what it tastes like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think we all know what you mean.
You know what? I got to be honest with you, and maybe it's the mushrooms I enjoyed in the break, but I followed that perfectly. I really
not
did.
the size of the dog in the fight.
It's the size of the dog. It's the size of the dog in the fight.
That's what it is.
Tim, I think the text that stood out to me was, we need Google Maps to follow the conversation.
Nothing makes it better than that. We had Robert Thomas with us on the program in the 8 o'clock hour, Joey, and certainly when he left on Tuesday night against Utah, some fans were concerned that he didn't skate yesterday. You got that situation. Robert said he is good and he's skating today and looking forward to playing tomorrow night. You got the Holloway situation. I know you're not in a spot where you can comment on injuries, but you having played, some fans are wondering if the extra breaks in between games may benefit the Blues, perhaps. What do you think about the schedule and any potential benefits for either team?
There's a plus and a minus to this. The plus side is, yes, with any injuries, it's going to help them. But listen, that to me washes out. I mean, look at Nikolai Ehlers, who was injured for the Winnipeg Jets. It's probably going to benefit him as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think both teams, can cancel that side out. The one thing I don't like about the big breaks is that I think the Blues played their best hockey throughout that 12-game winning streak. I mean, guys, they were playing a boatload of hockey. It was basically every other day. It was, 3 and 4, 3 games in 4 nights. I mean, to the point where, like, oh, my God, how are these guys still holding on? I find that this is a group that really got into a good rhythm with just playing games. I think the longer breaks, even look at the last, couple weeks of the season where they had those kind of bigger breaks, maybe the game started to slide a little bit. I think this is a group of veteran players that don't like to practice. I think they like to play games. So really it's up to Jim Montgomery to make sure he's managing that accordingly because if you don't, this could be a lot of sitting around, a lot of laying around, a lot of practicing. And to me, this is a St. Louis group that just really thrives from playing games. There's nothing they can do about it now. The schedule is the schedule. But certainly for Robert Thomas and maybe even a Dylan Holloway with as long as his first round is going to take, maybe you push this thing to 6 and 7. Who knows? Maybe he can jump right back in there and jump in. So it's hard to really know. We haven't got a lot of word on that injury yet. It is rather serious if he's not even skating. Is it a first round? I don't think it's going to be in a first round, but can they get to a second, third round and him return? To me, that's definitely more likely.
Winnipeg has 2 big-time goal scorers. Kyle Connor had 41. Mark Scheifele had 39. Who will the Blues put on those two to try to what hungry dogs will they put on them to try to get their bellies full?
Nice, Doug.
Yeah, like you did there. I would say it's Robert Thomas as best you can on the road. I think they're going to go center on center, top on top. I think Robert has shown the eliteness of being able to shut down other teams' best. He's done it across the league. He's a proven soldier in that regard with Nathan McKernan, the Kucherovs of the world, the Crosbys, Ovechkins, you name it, he's done it. So I think that, to me, that's the line matchup you have to find. I think he can frustrate Scheifele from winning faceoffs. I think he can certainly frustrate that entire line by having a good approach to the offensive side. And, I think that for the Scheifele-Connor line, as scary as they can be, they're a line that really drives and is driven off of not only the rush, but especially in the offensive zone on the forecheck. Something I think that you always have to look at whenever the Blues face anyone in the playoffs is also Binnington's ability to play the puck. This is one of those undercover things that can win you a series. And I think that not enough people appreciate it enough. But watch this series. Connor Hellebuck does not come out nearly as much as Binnington. And for the Jets who want to establish a forecheck, Jordan's back there. He's going to stop a lot of pucks. I know a lot of fans were a little scared about what happened after their last game in Winnipeg. Oh, this is going to be a tough matchup. Remember, Joel Hofer played in that game. And no disrespect to Joel, I think that Jordan is a little bit crisper and cleaner on playing pucks, coming out aggressively and moving the puck. And I think he's one of the best in the league at it. So it can really diffuse and take away any momentum or energy from the forecheck side of things for Winnipeg. And if they aren't allowed to get to that forecheck very often, it's really going to disrupt their game. So I like the fact that the Blues, you look at the goaltender situations and how you put guys in and out, and whether this was a part of the plan or not. The last time they were in Winnipeg, they played Joel Hofer. So it's going to be a while since they've seen Jordan Binnington. So I'm really excited about the matchup and what that's going to look like.
There he is, the one and only.
Martin, people like the behind the scenes. I do this thing to see if Doug or Martin have a question before I wrap it up, and I thought you were saying you had one.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought I nodded back, and Tim does. It's almost like a little mini pistol across the room.
Yeah.
Like he walks into town, he's going down Main Street waving pistols. He's going to go into the saloon and start a brawl.
Yosemite Sam, Doug? Yosemite Sam?
Well,
he would do that sort of thing. Sure.
I just wanted to wrap it up and just wish him the best.
Yeah.
And will you sit next to Curbs on the flight because we might warn him?
No. I'm solo on the flight. I tuck myself right by the exit row, and I put my feet. I'm asleep before takeoff. I mean, guys don't know how I sleep all the time, but I don't get any sleep at home. So I'll be asleep before takeoff.
Perfect.
And the one flight attendant, she's a sweet lady. I don't know if you guys ever get this before. I'm sleeping, and she wakes me up to ask if I want something to drink. No, I don't want to be woken up.
Yeah.
I want something to drink. I mean,
why don't you hang a sign on your face instead of a dong? Put a sign on your face that says, "Please don't wake me."
Please don't wake me up.
It'd be funny though if the stewardess or whatever the proper word is these days, flight attendant, flight people. If she drew on your face while you were sleeping on the way to Winnipeg, now that I would like to see.
You should take from the hotel like a do not disturb sign and just stick it in your mouth.
Oh gosh, hang it up.
That's an idea there, Jackson. Thank you for chiming in. About time you brought something stable. You called
How about a question? Robert Thomas.
Little side of tardy sauce on the call.
Tardy sauce. Robert Thomas, I think, wanted a question from Jackson. Jackson, will you ask Joey something hockey related if you would?
Yeah, I'll ask something hockey related, Martin. I can do that for sure.
Oh,
boy.
Gosh.
Oh, boy. Oh, Doug.
Just say his name a couple times.
Joey. Indeed, indeed.
Ding, ding. What do you got for me?
Well, that was the question.
Well, it's funny. Executive producer Mike Ryder, 101 ESPN, he puts together usually for the Blues pregame or right after Fastlane, like a recap of that day's show, and he'll usually come up to me and go, "So did you talk to Joey about hockey at all today?" And I'll usually say, "You can find a minute or two in there somewhere."
Yeah.
And today is certainly one of those examples. But Joey, I think, is so great because he gives us the where are we going with this, and then he also is great at breaking down the Blues. It's very similar to this show. You're never 1 second away from a serious sports breakdown or pure nonsense.
Nice, Jackson. Look at this guy. Jackson.
Well, Jackson, if you don't have a question, you can give me a nice compliment. I'll take that one.
There you go.
You're the man, Joey. You're the man.
There you go. I love that.
Nice job, Jackie Papers. Thanks, Joey. Safe travels to Winnipeg.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, boys.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale with us here for his weekly appearance on The Morning After. Joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, and he is looking forward to his time in Winnipeg, despite it being Easter weekend and his daughter's birthday.
I just really like how you can criticize a team if you don't like them, saying they've got all this experience, they've won a cup. You can say their belly's full if you don't like them, or you can say they've got the experience, so they're a dangerous team if you do like them.
Nice.
It works either way.
Sure.
I didn't want the Blues to play Vegas. I kept saying that. I don't care about the travel. I just thought that that's a team that's been there, done that, and they're not going to wilt easily. Winnipeg is a great team, but I do think that's a factor that Hellebuck keeps hearing about it. I guarantee the Winnipeg media, they've asked him every day this week, what's it going to take to get over the hump? They beat you in 2019.
I'm so surprised how much 2019 comes up.
Because that's not really relevant, although some of those guys, including the goalie, are still there.
I mean, hey, it was lovely in this town, but over there, if the Cardinals were to play the Nationals this year in the NLCS, would people go, 2019? I'd be like, oh, yeah, I forgot that even happened. I don't know, but up there, it's a big deal, especially they've been up and had some problems in the playoffs since the Blues played them. But either way, that's the thing. I'll say this regarding the Blues and Jets series, and I really do think that this is the case because I think one of the reasons why Las Vegas is shorting the Winnipeg Jets, despite the great regular season they had, is the mentality of the franchise and some of those guys who have been around and successful during the regular season, but not in the playoffs, is if the Blues can win tomorrow, that is so huge because it gets them tight or even tighter than they were going into it. You heard Robert Thomas on this show. That's not a guy going, oh boy, we got some pressure on us. They're free rolling. They weren't supposed to be here. And so they're confident and they're also playing loose. And that is exactly where you want to be. So from that standpoint, you get tomorrow night, and especially if Hellebuck gives up a soft one and Binnington plays a role in the win by standing on his head, off we go to the panic of that team essentially knowing in their minds, holy crap, we got to win on Monday night, or else all that we did from October through April isn't going to mean crap, and we're going to be attached once again as the label of the regular season power that can't get it done when the Stanley Cup playoffs roll around. So, Doug, circle tomorrow night on your calendar in case you were getting ready to watch the Lakers and Mavericks.
No, I wasn't. Winnipeg is a serious team. You look at what they did this year. They had a fantastic year. They were 37-4 at home. They gave up 15 fewer goals than any other team in the league, and darn near 100 goals less than some of the teams. The best goalie out there right now. It is a darn good team. It's going to take a big Blues effort to beat them.
One of the themes in the locker room yesterday, players were saying, and some of it was they were asked this angle, but they all sort of said yes, that they have been in kind of this playoff mode where they just can't really afford to lose a game here or there, even Tuesday night, knowing the stakes going into that game. So I think they feel like they're ready for that moment where they've been in that, okay, this is a huge game, can't lose. And I heard Sheen talking about after his scrum, he was talking to J.K. and Kerber and Strick, and all the insiders, Doug.
Yeah, you too, right there.
When it turned for him, he was saying, he goes, really, that Washington game, the Capitals game, they went to D.C. I think it was Shen's 1,000th game. His dad did the pregame introductions. But he also pointed out that Kings overtime shootout game.
Yeah.
He said where we really
that
felt
was the day after the Parayko injury announcement.
And he said they just don't lose at home, and we had already beaten them once on that week-long stay out west. So there were a couple of turning points, but I do think the intensity of this stretch run for them has readied them a little bit. They haven't been. It's not like they clinched 2 weeks ago.
Well, Jamie's vacation speedo is not happy with Doug. Whose side are you on, Doug? Pumping those wins per game tires. That's from Jamie's vacation speedo.
You can't recognize that you're playing the best team in the league in the first round of the playoffs? That's what they were this year.
You want him to call in, big man?
Call in, big man.
Have the pundits' picks come out? Have we done a scan of like all the hockey and who they're predicting in this?
For the most part, people are expecting it to be a long series and Winnipeg winning. But it's nobody's going, well, I mean, this is the 1 versus 8. This shouldn't be much of an issue. There is an expectation that this thing could go either way, and it's going to be a long series from the hockey podcasts and articles I've been reading.
Well, it's a good series. Looking forward to it.
And expect a lot of hits to start things. That's usually the way it is in a game 1 of the first round anyway. But one of the hockey podcasts I was watching this morning was like, 100-plus hits tomorrow, Blues, Jets, count on it. So they'll get things going. And Don Hoffman, who's one of Jackson's favorite posters and texters, now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, says Kyle Connor needs to be put in the laundry. Doug, do you like that phrase?
I don't mind it.
I like that.
I think Oscar Sundquist will take some runs at him.
Oh, Sonny's going to have a big series.
It's TMA. We got the Dick Vitale audio from the MAC last night, and the New York talk show host who's done with Juan Soto, even though he's only played 19 games with the Mets, and he's got like 500 left. Actually, no, way more than that. Like 1,000 plus left?
Yeah.
No, way more than that. 2,000.
I mean, yeah, he's signed until like 2050.
I think it's time to give up.
That's coming up next. And then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in the 10 o'clock hour. This is the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
Home mortgage loans can get a little complicated. Together Credit Union here to help you through the entire process. Your hometown, that would be your hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union with a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on the action whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage, fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, and jumbo loans. They've got it all, and all of this is done right here in town. Everything done locally. Together Credit Union, understanding that the mortgage process gets a little complicated. They'll guide you through it, all handled in-house right here in St. Louis. The servicing, the underwriting, everything is done locally. That's what Together Credit Union is all about. If you're a member, that means you're also an owner of the bank. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Rates available at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, this is the Winnipeg song.
We want the Stanley Cup. We want the Stanley
MORRISS.
And there's one of those edit points. There's one of those unfortunate edits.
MORRISSEY. Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele, Connor, Ehlers, and the MVP.
MORRISSEY. Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele, Connor, Ehlers, and the MVP.
Well, their song sucks.
You have to be really listening hard, but there's a guy under that kind of verse that just keeps saying Stanley, 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 Stanley.
I'm reading here that the NHL set an attendance record this year, 23 million fans.
Wow.
All over the league, arenas were sold out at the 97% rate, 97% capacity across 32 teams. That's
Jackson, how does the NBA respond to that?
Paying Nikola Jokic $60 million a year, which
That's what he
is the
makes, 60
Utah
mil?
Hockey Club's entire payroll.
Oh!
You never really saw the articles that were like, oh, NBA ratings are way back up, and it's only dipped 2%, same as the NFL.
But I
you heard
wonder-
a ton about when the ratings dropped.
I wonder if they're doing that well at the gate, though, if they're selling out 97% of their seats.
I don't know. Probably not that high. That's really, but I think that stands to like the hockey thing where it's like in the towns where there are hockey teams, the passion is so real, the dedication is so real. It's just nationally, I don't think it has the same juice. But I think in each town, especially Canada towns, it goes crazy.
Take that, basketball boy. That's from Mahomes' long body.
If this was like the old balance sheet showdown at the Starbucks,
That's
on
correct.
Clayton,
Mr. Lixenworsen was wacko.
I would bet that Mr. Bettman would not want to show up to across the table for Mr. Silver. Just being honest. But that doesn't mean that one sport's better than the other. Like what you like. And how about appreciate both? Both playoffs are about to get underway. They're both awesome. And let's just love. Why do we have to?
Yeah. Let's just love, Doug. Let's just love.
I just said
Pit
the
things
NHL
against
had
each
a
other.
All right, well, Dick
great year.
Vitale brings everybody together. And Jackson, you were there last night. Doug, you were there last night.
Yeah.
Martin, you set...
Jackie Papers, I was kind of like his...
Liaison?
Conduit?
Liaison,
Representation?
Yeah. Well, Jim Wilson, MAC, shout out to the Missouri Athletic Club. They know Jackson loves the hoop rock, and they said, would he like to be there? And I said, yeah, I'm sure he would love it. He's never been. And then I got a text back saying it was good to have the delectable Jackie Papers.
You're delectable.
I feel delectable.
You said you were a dish last night.
I did look like a snack last night.
That's hot, bro.
Snack.
What in the world does that mean?
Well,
Exactly?
you saw me. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he had a smoking jacket on.
Private Citizen Pete sure did. He looked like $1 million.
Dick Vitale was the main guest
Won the
speaker.
Dean Smith Award.
And here is an excerpt of his speech.
With Jennifer and her husband, Aaron, they have been unbelievable. They recommended to me right away last night, you like Italian food? I said, I love Italian food. I'm a paisan. They said, you got to go to the hill, man. You got to go to Lorenzo's. So I go to Lorenzo's. Great meal. Owner came up to me and we started talking. And he said, hey, did you ever watch Yogi Berra play? I said, are you kidding me? As a kid growing up in the New York area, Yogi was special. I mean, really special. And I love Joe Garagiola. My God, I used to love him. You know, paisans, we got to all stick together. So the bottom line is, he said, well, you know, he lived right around here. There I am, like a little 12-year-old kid. And I'm running around. I find a plaque. This is the home on Elizabeth Street of the great Yogi Berra. And I'm taking pictures of it, and I put it up on social media, and all my family members, people back in New York, sending me stuff. Oh, my God, you're still acting like a kid.
Dickie V.
That's great.
It's awesome.
How long did he talk? Because I know he's having the throat issues.
Yeah.
30 minutes, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Wow.
Really?
I mean,
wow.
and like Doug said earlier, like if you didn't know that he was going through issues, he sounded great. Because a couple times on the broadcast, especially in that first game back, I think it was Clemson Duke, you know, and totally understandable. He was fighting, you know, he was going through it. But right there, he was, I mean, legitimately full throated. He was awesome.
Well, Harrison's brother, Bastard, didn't enjoy it.
He can seriously go kick rocks.
Okay, that's good for college basketball talk for the next year. Thanks for trying. Cut him off.
What Dick Vitale has done, not only for the game of basketball, but for cancer research.
$100 million,
They're
I
about to
think.
raise $100 million
$100 million
for pediatric cancer. What he's done with the Jimmy V Foundation is so commendable. It's what makes sports awesome, is what the impact that sports can do. And Dickie V embodies that more than anybody. So Harrison Brother Master, know your place.
Know your place.
Know your place. What's the next level?
Kiss the ring.
Why don't you block him?
Kick rocks. Know your place. What about piss off? Is that too strong?
It's a little much.
I like that.
I do like. No, taking the piss would be British.
Piss up a rope.
Yeah, shout out to Rich Gould.
Led to the Eagles Super Bowl.
I like when people they call somebody a pissant. I like that.
I get called that. What do we have here with the Juan Soto, New York Sports Talk radio host? He's not happy 19 games in that he's with the Mets, Martin.
I had KG, the chairman, pulled this for us. I only saw the headline. I often read headlines, and that's the knowledge I have. What was the KG? Was it Saul Licata or something?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and he's done. Apparently, he campaigned for them to sign Soto.
Oh, okay.
The Mets. But then now he's done with it.
Sour on it after, 12?
He's had it. I think KG sent Jackie. It's all right. Make eye contact with the chairman. Didn't you send him the audio?
I didn't actually cut the audio, but I sent him the link directly to it to play off of the computer.
Okay, buddy. Do you have the link, Jackson, that was sent to you?
Well, what I have is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has been for 6 years, and he is a wonderful gentleman, huge fan of the Missouri Tigers, and a supporter with NIL. You call his office in Webster Groves right now at 314-961-4800. You're going to talk to somebody in that office, and you can count on that. Listen, and I want to make this clear. I understand how it works. You usually kind of inherit an insurance agent, or your friend gets into it, and you kind of feel like, oh, I guess I'll have my insurance with my friend. I understand. I want you to hear this from me. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But you now have a responsibility to your family to put them in the best possible situation going forward for home, for life, for auto, and that is what James Carlton is. Plus, you're going to save money. Very good chance you're going to save money by making the switch to James Carlton, and they'll do all the paperwork for you. That's how they've built the business. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. I recommend he become yours. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Papers?
Yep, got it.
Here's the audio.
Right.
Gotta be nice to hear it right now.
Yeah. Hold on.
Fun with
Got it? No, I got it.
Technology and stuff.
Right now.
Oh, do I got it? All right, here we go.
Juan Soto has stunk to start his Mets career. I never thought I would be at this point with Juan Soto, a guy who I begged and pleaded the Mets to go get, a guy who I wanted more than any player ever in my fandom. I wanted Juan Soto. The Mets delivered, and every single time this guy has come up in a big spot this year, and there have been plenty, he has failed. And yesterday, a despicable 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, leaving a small village on the base pass as the Mets lose a series. You don't pay $765 million to a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Bullcrap. Every single time he's come up in a big spot, he has failed this year. He did not do that with the Yankees. I don't want to hear the excuses from Soto. I don't want to hear people tell me that the walks are good. I want to start seeing some production now.
Lord. From the 516, which I believe is a New York area code. As a New Yorker living in St. Louis and a huge Mets fan, I can tell you with certainty that no one knows less about the Mets and sports in general than Sal Licata. He's all hot takes, and he can piss up a rope. That's from the 516.
Oh, yeah. Brought it all together.
Just a terrible take. It's just a horrendous take.
The Mets are 19 games into the Soto era.
He's been up so many times this season in key situations. The season's like,
and I'm sure Soto's very upset that this guy is not getting what he wants. They are a first-place team, too,
okay,
by the way.
because it's New York, it's not Tom in Toledo or Steve in Sarasota, but because it's New York, Tim, is there a morsel, is there a percentage that this guy actually feels this way? Because the New Yorkers do get work.
Oh, yeah.
As
that's the gig. You got to be angry at all times.
But I mean, I think some of them
teams.
are, right? That really are mad at the teams. But it's very takey, though.
Do you have the hair that people would die for and the podcast, Martin? I don't think this has been played since our 6 months here on 101 ESPN. This is my personal favorite, next to, of course, our guiding light, Mike Francesa. He was getting worked up with a listener, and this was the way he kind of started to give his resume. Jackson, do you have it? I can't recall what the gentleman's name was.
That's Don LaGreca.
Here, take a listen.
I've got hair that people would die to have. I got a podcast that's in the top 50 in every country on the planet. That's a good question, isn't it? No, it's a stupid question.
That's what you have to. I think he's yell
Philly
to make the big bucks.
Is he? No, he's in New York. What am I talking about? I thought it was Philly.
So he gets mad. They all get mad.
Mad Dog gets mad.
What? Mad Dog, Doug?
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year?
The fact that he was pissed because his son couldn't get a guess makes it better.
How do you keep yelling like that for an entire show for 3 or 4 hours? It must be exhausting.
That is an absolute disgrace.
I guess it's just a New York vibe. And in St. Louis, it's Juan Soto's 0 for 50. Well, he'll come around.
That's exactly right.
Where's the takey take? Ackerman, what do you got? Well, I like those swings last night. I like it.
Oh, God. Being a Mets fan has to be as miserable as living in Eureka. That's from Doug's Prison Wall. Eureka. That would be shrapnel, right? Eureka out of nowhere. Just take shrapnel. That's from Doug's Prison Wall.
You think Mets miserable about Eureka?
I enjoy that little town, that little downtown strip, and Cam's from there. He'll kick your ass.
Yeah, he will, Doug's Prison Wall.
You think the Mets fans are really scorned by the 06 loss to the Cardinals? I mean, that was a really good Mets team. I think they had the best record in the NL.
Yeah, they didn't have Pedro that series, and that was a big deal.
Right, and I've been right before Johan Santana.
The Cardinals were certainly not expected, and I think some of the guys in the Cardinals knew that wasn't one of their better teams.
Yeah.
Then they lost to the Yankees the year before.
Yeah, 15.
They just kind of, I mean, that's what Cohen's whole thing is. Once you get to a point, as he has with, he doesn't need to do a damn thing, nor his great-grandchildren. So it's like, okay, what can I do to get my juices flowing? I'll be the guy that brings a world championship back to Queens. So I'll spend, and lose money all day so I can be that guy. So I think that's kind of it. I mean, the Guardians are the ones with the longest drought outside of teams that haven't won it. But I think as far as a tortured fan base goes now that the Cubs and Red Sox have won, I guess it's viewed as the Mets.
I would think. I mean, would they lose to the Royals in 15?
That's right. That was kind of a slap-ass series.
And then they got close last year. But, yeah, I think they would be way, way up just because of the passion that they have for baseball. Like, I think White Sox won in 05, so different. But A's, I don't think the Oakland fans were, clearly not.
What are you talking about with the White Sox and A's right now? I'm sorry.
We're talking about like fan bases, tortured fan bases.
Droughts, but
Got it.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll ask Doc Gooden. He's coming to Maggio's. We're working with Eddie McVeigh to get him on the show.
Yeah, I like that Eddie McVeigh.
We'll talk some. We'll talk some Mets. Have nothing to
hang their head about.
They played terrible.
Gave away.
I watched Martin try to break through to Jackson. Then I looked over at Jackson.
Wanted to drop
and
so
he's just
bad.
Dug in.
What was it? What were you saying?
Frank Thomas.
You're distracted.
He was gone, Tim. He was gone.
That's the thing. I recognize it, but you don't recognize it.
On Planet Maris.
Peek behind the curtain. I was thinking the Mets, and I was thinking of best pinstriped uniforms that aren't the Yankees. And I think
that's what was on your mind.
And I think I would go Phillies. I think I'd go Phillies over
Stay
Mets.
Puff Marshmallow Man with Aykroyd. You just don't know what the hell's going on.
He was just gone. I was begging for. I was like a listener, begging for a drop, and I just
have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
The greatest assessment. Trying to be polite. And yet he nuked him.
Martin, onboarding is getting underway on Friday here.
Yeah, and then today's it's relevant because it's like when to hot take it and when not to.
That's what they're teaching you in onboarding today.
So if like the Blues struggle this weekend, then I call for Monty's head on Monday.
Right. But if they win, you say this is why he's the Jack Adams Award winner.
And then my take on Monday is Army should rethink stepping aside.
Wow.
Right. As I've been saying all year.
Yes.
Right.
Look back at my tweets from November.
Right.
That may or may not exist.
I'll have to scroll for 12 consecutive minutes, but you'll find it.
Martin is heading out. We have the 10 o'clock hour coming your way here on the program. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, and they are on the same street the company is headquartered still to this day. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They've also partnered with the St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor the Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With 12 offices with financial advisors around the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals lose yesterday to the Mets 4-1 to open up that series. Back in action today. 6:10 will be the first pitch in Queens. Guest of the show yesterday, Miles Michaelis, will be taking the mound for the Redbirds. Those are their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
The theme song is so good, it almost makes you feel like you have to go ahead with the production.
And I kind of feel like that's what happened with Different Strokes as well. And so now here we are, and we're gonna have a meeting with the digital department here and get this audition process going. And I think the Real Housewives of TMA will be launched, and this could become one hell of a franchise. And Beer Cats has already offered to produce the Real Hot Wives of TMA, since he, of course, had his rapport with his dalliance with Hot Wife Autumn. Maybe she'll want to be on the program.
So now, the song talks about their shenanigans. So that means we have to follow them around town doing crazy things?
Well, we'll go to the zoo and Six Flags and Grant's Farm, that petting zoo that you always talk about.
Yeah, I like that.
Jackson, where else?
Oh, man.
I don't like that right there.
Take them up in the arch.
Nice!
A racket
St. Gabriel School Picnic.
Yeah, then now we're talking a racket club. Parties in the
only
park.
if it's in the summer.
Maybe they could be at a bachelorette party at the Ritz.
Ooh.
That's nice. That's nice. There's probably some lake we could get them out to.
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh, my gosh.
Cigarette boat.
Yeah, we'll rent a cigarette boat.
One of the wineries.
Yeah.
Yes.
And get plastered out there.
Everyone will call it like, oh, what was your favorite? My favorite was the lake episode.
Yes.
Yeah. Take them on the bleachers on like a daytime Cardinals game.
Oh, my word.
Plenty of room to shoot.
What Sharon and Clayton said to Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack's wife at the winery?
Yeah. This will be water cooler talk for at least for the rest of the year. Everyone will tune in, man.
I think you got a hit on your hands here, Doug.
We may have.
This is airing on public access, right?
Right after Worldwide Magazine, right before Jock Talk. Yep, that's the slot.
I miss so badly Worldwide Magazine.
I think it's a good slot for the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Also, it is where you can watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. Ryan Crawford's in there talking to John Scores and Droid Effects and Monty Kessler and Craig Paquette's burner. What? Craig Paquette is using a burner account, but he's announcing it.
Is he really?
In the YouTube chat.
Okay, kind of defeats the purpose of it.
So that's what's going on. That's Michelob Ultra sponsoring the YouTube chat. Doug, the cuckold situations really rarely are fortunate.
Yeah, that's probably safe to say.
But they're especially unfortunate after you've just lost the Masters in a playoff. And that's what happened to Justin Rose.
Oh, no.
So 20 million people were watching CBS on Sunday night. Oh, I would say would you say that was like 6:20?
I don't know what time
when Rory McIlroy sank the 2.5-foot putt to win the Masters in the career Grand Slam. Justin Rose, who lost in the 2017 Masters in a playoff to Sergio Garcia, DBA El Nino, and that means the boy. Was back in a playoff, and this time he lost to Rory McIlroy. And Rory McIlroy was there right as he walked off the green with his wife and his daughter, Poppy. And then he made the walk, and Shane Lowry, his fellow countryman, although Shane's from the Republic, so it was a little disappointing, and Tommy Fleetwood, who is from England, a little disappointing. They were waiting for him.
Were they?
But then there was a different blonde woman, different than his wife, waiting for him after he embraced Shane Lowry. and Tommy Fleet.
Okay.
And, well, people took to Twitter.
They did.
To then, attack, take your pick. Rory McIlroy for embracing this woman for so long. The woman who is the other woman. Well, it turns out it was Justin Rose's wife. And Justin Rose had just lost to Rory. And so now Justin Rose has had to address this.
Oh, my God.
Rose, who was, quote, tormented after his runner-up finish to McIlroy, explained that it was his wife who was celebrating a historic moment bigger than his loss. Quote, there was some article somewhere saying, who's this mystery woman that was hugging Rory? Well, it turned out to be Kate. Kate and McIlroy shared an emotional moment after the Irishman secured the coveted Grand Slam at Augusta National. And she was heard by the microphone saying, I'm really, really happy for you. Rose explained that he didn't rehash the exchange because he didn't think it was discussion worthy.
Probably not. Fair.
Listen, I think in the moment you realize what it means to everybody involved. You realize what it means to other families, what they must be feeling. You're a part of the moment. You're a part of the story. You're a part of all the energy that's going on in that moment. I think that's what happens. You embrace that connection that you have with everybody and all that's going on in the moment. No, I don't know what she said to him. I don't think that was discussion worthy or anything, to be honest.
It's crazy. It's crazy I had to talk about that. That's the downside of that camera, because that camera following Rory is awesome. It's incredible. But that's the downside, is like an intimate, like a nice moment between Justin Rose and Rory are friends, and I'm sure the families are friends, and, really cool moment where her husband just lost.
So, to think that if Rory has, Doug, if you want to call it politely, a side situation going on, that she would be positioned outside of the clubhouse at Augusta. Right. 100 yards away from me, just embraced his
20 million
wife.
people watching.
and then this lady is chastised. She's the other woman, and we must find her identity because that is our responsibility. Because on social media, using a burner, you are on the moral high ground.
Right.
But then when it's found out that it's Justin Rose's wife, now she is condemned for being kind to Rory McIlroy after her husband just lost.
Got it.
And so, therefore, there are no winners, only losers.
Yeah.
Now, was this one guy who made this comment, or was this a whole bunch of people?
It got to the point that he was asked about it after his round at the RBC Heritage in Hilton.
He just has to he almost won the Masters again. The second time he's been to a playoff, and has to deal with that. Was there not a situation with
Tiger? Right?
Well, there's that, but Gentle Ben.
Yeah, that was tough. Gentle Ben, Doug, was waiting for Tom Watson after he played his final round of the Open. Oh, and you remember the duel in the sun. Was that 77?
Years.
And, he played his final Open championship, and he was walking off the 18th at St. Andrews, and many were waiting for him, including Gentle Ben and his lovely wife. And with Gentle Ben standing there, the embrace between the smiling redhead and Gentle Ben's wife went on just a little longer than people.
Oh, it did. Like how long?
It was to the point that people were wondering, well, who's this? And it was Gentle Ben's wife.
Okay.
So these embraces on the golf course following rounds. It's awkward when the players are then asked, who are these people and why are they hugging so long?
Right.
So in the case of Rory McIlroy, it was Justin Rose's wife, and Justin Rose was asked about it in Hilton Head to address his wife embracing Rory McIlroy.
You just can't win. If you just walk away, you're aloof and distant and...
That's what Scotty Scheffler was dealing with.
Yeah.
He walked away because he said, well, I wanted it to be Rory's moment. I didn't want to be in the background. But then he didn't stick around, so people were like, oh, what's wrong with Scotty Scheffler?
He's mad.
Gosh. Boy, I'm looking at some of these pictures of Gentle Ben and Tom Watson's, Ben's wife. Wow.
Did Ben look upset?
No, but I don't know. This is wild.
I'm not married, but if I was, and like if I had a rough show, and then after the show, my wife embraced Tim because he had a great show, I probably wouldn't be thrilled about it.
Nope.
Probably not.
Nope.
Yeah,
That's what I
put
know.
it
Gentle
that way.
Ben, Tom Watson.
Yeah.
Yep. Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose. It's all happening, Doug. The New York Post with that coverage.
They actually covered
Goes without saying.
That's TMA 101 ESPN. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Send your applications in for the Real Housewives of TMA. Jackson, are you taking those?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jay Burkett at InsideSTL.com. There you go. Send them in. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 3 decades. Michael really takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. And that's awesome compensation in this industry. Check it out at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com if you were interested in joining the Michael's Flooring team. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not just pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's continued to grow through the 31 years he's been in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Welcome back. I was kind of waiting for some other Stanley Cup theme song there, and
didn't get it. Sure didn't get it at all.
What happened?
My mic's not even on. That's my bad.
It's not too late.
We had Joey Vitale with us in the 9 o'clock hour. We had Robert Thomas with us in the 8 o'clock hour. You miss anything, you always go back and watch it on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMASTL or the 101 ESPN app or TMASTL app. There are two different apps. They're both brought to you, though, by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And go back and podcast. Robert Thomas is going to be skating today, and he said there was no conspiracy theory with him not skating and rescheduling his interview with TMA yesterday. And he's looking forward to being on the ice tomorrow at 5 p.m. for the Blues and the Jets. The very first game of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Jackson, you have to make your pick right now because you were abstaining from the spread zone, even though you just dominated like 14-2 or something like that in your picks on the spread zone. So I know people are going to be tuning in going, hey, where's that sharp Jackie Papers?
Yeah, but they'll be tuning into the Stanley Cup playoff predictions.
But maybe you just are dialed in to some kind of force right now. If you could, who is going to be playing for the Stanley Cup when June rolls around?
The Maple Leafs from Toronto.
Wow, that will be a moment for the game of hockey.
And as much as I would like to say our St. Louis Blues, I believe the Vegas Golden Knights will be playing.
Oh, you son of a so-and-so.
It's a big chalk. I mean, we had a big, chalky Final Four and NCAA tournament in general. I think we're going to have a chalky Stanley Cup playoff. I think we're going to have a chalky NBA playoff. It's the year of the chalk, 2025.
Huh.
Full stop?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
You know, it pains me because I've watched exactly 0 games, but this is just my
You haven't watched one
personal
game all
experience.
year?
Not any hockey game.
You went to a game.
It's true. I did watch one game.
So would you turn your back the whole time?
Yeah, in high school, student sections turn their back when the other team's being announced for starting lineups, and they read the newspaper.
You did that on the Blues.
That was me for 40 minutes of a Blues game because, of course, they only play 2 periods on the weekdays.
That is true.
So I've seen one game. So it's safe to say I'm an expert, and this is what I like.
I honestly don't understand how a devout sports fan could not get some enjoyment out of watching playoff hockey.
You disgust us.
I like playoff
Or
hockey.
even hockey in person.
Are you going to be watching tomorrow?
I like hockey in
You're
person.
going to be watching tomorrow?
Yes. I like hockey in person, and I like playoff hockey. That both of those are very true. But again, I said it 100 times. There was not once growing up in my home where hockey was on the television. Never once.
So you're blaming your parents, and you want the listeners to attack your family now, and I just wouldn't advise that.
No, but I think there is something.
Mafia rules, Doug. You leave the wives and the children out of it.
I think there is something to children with sports, like when you're watching sports, having that bond with your parents while watching enriches your experience with it. You know, you want to be like your parents at that young age. And so when you're watching, you're locked in, you're really fired up. And if that's just not there, it's tough to organically conjure it.
But when all your homeboys were excited about the Blues,
my homeboys were not excited. All my friends, we watched basketball.
Elitist.
Yep, right
Is there an NBA series that you would watch over a game in this Blues series?
No.
Tim?
I'm trying to pick up a read, Chairman.
No, I like.
Right, there was a little right there.
I really like watching playoff hockey, especially Blues playoff hockey.
How are you going to handle next Thursday night with that like 8:50 puck drop, huh?
I'll watch till about 10.
Will you really? And you'll be able to turn it off? See, if I start going...
That won't be a problem.
If I start going, that's why I just don't even go, and then I wake up at 4:30 and I watch it, quote-unquote, live. That's how I handle it.
Yeah.
So I'll be coming in here next Friday, boys. I'll either be on a big high or a big low. You know?
I hear you. With like a 10 o'clock, if the game really will start around 8:45 or later, that'll probably be like the end of the second period. I can. If it was like the middle of the third period, yes, it would be really tough to turn it off. But I think I can do it.
My parents never watched hockey, and I love it. No excuses.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse. Just context, I guess. But I can do whatever I like with my free time, as can you. And what I do shouldn't affect you.
No.
It's my take.
Telvin and Bly didn't watch a whole lot of hockey either.
Yeah.
No. But the Blues are such a big part of the sports scene, you couldn't help but be a little bit interested in it. And when they first got here, they were so good that helped too.
Sure. Yeah, football, basketball, baseball was on in my home. And so I love all three of those sports. And golf. Golf is a lot. But hockey just wasn't. It's tough to be like a diehard basketball fan and a diehard hockey fan. There's only so many hours in the day, you know?
Mrs. Jenny Shanahan is taking up your cause in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Jackson. To be fair, Jackson's formative years were the Eric Brewer days. That was bad. I was at most of those games and didn't give two craps either.
Yeah, maybe if like that time the Blues were the Blackhawks of the 2010s, going on runs almost every other year.
You'd gotten caught up in it.
It could have been different, but there wasn't really like a 2016. There was the shades of a run but 2019 was obviously the one, and I watched every game.
So you started watching just about the time Green Envy started doing lawns in the St. Louis area.
That was nice.
Yeah,
it was nice.
Yeah, we don't ask for much. We just want a nice lawn that doesn't look like someone parked a used car on it for about 6 months. That's why I use Green Envy Lawn Care. These guys have been around for over a decade now, and they actually know what they're doing in a big way. It's not just some kid named Squishy pushing a spreader he found in a garage
Squishy took
sale.
a hit right there.
No, these are licensed professionals who've been around a while. They use a special crabgrass preventer that works wonders, and the kicker is they're not out there just dumping some national generic formula from a big box store. They use products designed specifically for St. Louis soil and the turf types here. They know what works right here in St. Louis because they've been doing it a long time, and I can tell you from personal experience, these guys can get it done for you. So if you want a lawn that won't embarrass your ancestors, go to greenenvy.com. That's greenenvy.com. Tell them Doug sent you, or don't, because I'm not the boss of you.
I'm not the boss of you.
No, you don't have to tell them that if you don't want to.
Like that.
But it'd be nice if you did.
You can email in. That'd be nice if you did too. But don't say that Doug is the
What a
boss.
live read.
It was a great It was a great start, great finish.
Thank you.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's coming up here in about 10 minutes on the program. Stop it. Jackson lived and died with the Rams decade where the highlight was a 7-9 season ended by Charlie Whitehurst in 2010. He can love on some puck too. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. And I got to tell you, relative to Mrs. Janie Shanahan's observation, Carlos Spicy Wiener is correct there.
I have a lot of love in my heart. There's no doubt about that. And I think if you've listened for even just a week, you know that I'm willing to give it out at all times. However, it just wasn't on. I don't know what to tell you. Like I never ever watched it as a kid. I watch it now, and it doesn't enthrall me like football, baseball, and basketball do. I can't say it any differently.
We're just never going to get over this, are we?
I just want it to be known that, like, never mind. I've said it a billion times, and it's clearly not going to resonate. So you know what? I'll just take the L, I guess.
You had enough.
There is a conspiracy theory in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that you've shadow banned Larry Nickel.
I have? What did someone do when you shadow ban someone?
Where has Larry been? Did he get shadow banned again?
Again?
I don't know. I don't even know.
I mean, he calls in, and his Tuesdays are really busy. Like we have usually someone from Brown Croupen's coming in, and then we have Daily Blues guest around 8:15 at that time, and Larry texts me, and this is another one where I'll just sit and eat it real quick.
Are you saying that the texts are hostile?
Sassy would be a better word.
Sassy? You're getting sassed by Larry Nickel?
Yeah.
I assume we'll want to hear from him next week because isn't this a big weekend?
It's WrestleMania weekend, Doug.
That's right, yeah.
John Scores says KG won't let him on unless he says his name is Mr. Licks.
Just stop it.
You've had it too, haven't you?
I'll just eat the L on this one.
Sometimes this is what you got to do. Sometimes they serve it for you and you eat it.
Only TMA would have a producer who hates hockey. That's from Man Love.
Hate's the wrong word. Hate isn't the right word. It's like my thing with dogs, like I have no problem with dogs. I just don't want to be around them.
Kids for me.
Yeah.
Really? Dogs and kids now we don't like.
Was that WC Fields?
He said kids. We're inverse on that. He loves dogs. I love kids. I don't like dogs. He doesn't like kids.
See?
Yeah, but to not like either is kind of rough.
Well, that's what?
To have anything against a dog or a child is
I don't have anything against
You
a dog.
are the prince of misinformation.
Oh, I thought that was Jimmy.
Yeah, this is like your thing about like Bryce. I was like, it seems forced. You're like, what? You don't like a guy who loves the fans? Like, come on, you know what I'm saying? Dougie nuance.
Oh, okay. It feels like we're getting right at the end of the show and we don't like things now. Some people like things.
Unfortunate.
Some people don't like other things.
Because we're going into the weekend. We're going into the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Cardinals are taking on the Mets. You would think that there would be some momentum. It's a lovely day in the St. Louis area.
Sure is.
Jackson's on the tee here in 2 hours, and unfortunately now we're at each other's throats. That's not the way we want to do this. We want to finish with a lovely design, air, heating, and cooling email today. You can participate. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
in the playoff light. Joe Boozler got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal. With a note on our chest, we won't stop or flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup.
Don't you like this one?
A little country flair to it, yeah. Wear spurs when I sing this.
The barn's alive, the crowd's away. From the rafters hangs the banners we crave. Bennington's gloves catching dreams to save. Every shift we skate like warriors brave. Joe Boozler got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal.
With the note
on our chest, we won't stop or flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup. The puck drops, the hustle's begun. St. Louis rising, roaring is one.
Doug, you like this one?
I don't mind it. Yeah.
But your favorite is like the chairman of the board doing the blues.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll put that one in the main rotation.
There you go. Mr. Sider says Jackson's going to shoot a tidy little 96 today.
Stonewolf eats me alive, so that could be the case.
With this wind, I think I'd take the over on my 81.5 if anybody wants to wager, but I realize we can't bet that because I could throw it and, that wouldn't be fair. But otherwise, I'd bet people on it. Is this the final segment? We got one more. All right, so then that means we have time for Mad Dog talking to Gary Player, Doug.
Oh, good. Talking to Gary Player.
This is how he wraps up the interview with. How old is Gary Player, Jackson?
89, I think.
Oh, wow.
Is that?
I thought he was older than that.
Maybe
89 on the nose.
89.
Is that right? Okay.
Well, 20 years younger than that, right?
Yeah. He always, when he does interviews, likes to scold people for being fat.
Yeah. Right.
And he was doing an interview at Augusta last week, and he's like, "I've got a new girlfriend. I've got a whole new life." Here is Mad Dog and Gary Player. Doug, a wonderful way to end an interview.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
So tell him that the country right now loves Rory. You give him that message for me. You give him that message.
I will do that. And think about young people now realizing they've got to do training with weights, and realize young people to never, ever, ever give up. As Winston Churchill said, never give up. You got to keep trying, strive for education, and think what it's done for tourism in Ireland. Can you imagine?
100%. Royal St. Rush, here I come. Whatever that, Port Rush, whatever it's called. There I am there next. You are the best. Stay alive. Thanks for coming on, Gary. Appreciate it. Very much.
All right. All my love to your listeners. Take care, my buddy.
You got it with Gary Player.
Stay alive.
All right, stay alive. Not stay on the line. Stay alive.
Well, I guess that's nice encouragement. You reach a certain age, you kind of day to day.
So odd. I love Mad Dog.
Doug, so we're going to have to sign that off now going forward on this program.
Stay alive. Like if you didn't hear that, you wouldn't know to do it.
Yeah, you just keel over.
Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up next, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues playoffs start tomorrow. You can catch it right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 4 p.m. The puck will drop at 5 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this is it. Final segment of the week.
Okay.
Final segment before the puck drops in Winnipeg.
All right.
Final segment before Miles Michaelis takes the ball in Queens up against David Peterson.
He's due for a big game. We had him on yesterday. Let's hope he pitches well.
Final segment before Justin Thomas gets his first win since Southern Hills.
Well, I don't know how you'd know that. He's off to a good start.
10 under course record. Missed a 4-footer on 18 at Harbortown to have the course record all to himself.
Sounds like he's got the yips.
Yeah, maybe you're onto something. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Let me give you a breakdown of who these guys are who are making you AI-generated theme songs for an AM radio show that somehow ended up on the FM morning drive time slot.
Already hurtful.
Yeah, seriously.
They are overweight. Like skin tags that haven't seen daylight for years overweight. Their shoes are doing everything they can to support the stress they put on the outer half of the shoe, where the fat from the foot literally forces the fabric to hang over the edge of the sole of the shoe by 2 inches. There is a good chance their ankles hurt from the sheer weight they carry around, but instead of recognizing they have a weight issue, they blame it on the humidity flaring up the ankle sprain they had in 6th grade. They also use an operator's headset with their cell phone while shopping at the store because they can't hold the phone up to their ears. Instead of making music with AI, find a girl or a hobby or sunlight and let the professionals like Argo do it. That's from Martin's neighbor.
Martin's neighbor. He's new.
Happy Good Friday, lads. The hungry dog will eat anything. Gotta love Joey's hard nibs, bringing a cornucopia of topics to the show today. As we embark on this Easter weekend, let us remember to ridicule those wearing the jogger pants. Is that something that we
bad
need?
take.
I love
Real
joggers.
bad take.
This is the day the Lord has made, and you either wear shorts or full-length pant to honor him. We've gone over this before. Warmer spring weather is for pork steaks, neighborhood sex parties, and not for calf-strangling jogger pants. Time to crack open an ice-cold Budweiser and enjoy the weekend. Cheers, Doug. That's my cousin Vinny.
Okay. My cousin Vinny.
And you guys are jogger pants wearers, so you did not like my cousin Vinny's emails?
He might have stubby legs.
He will not be getting my vote.
Really?
Please, Lord, have mercy. Don't hit me. I'm just an innocent little deer boy stuck in a shiny little headlight, mesmerized and slightly bricked up from Tim's nipple studs. It's not my fault. How am I to concentrate? Thankfully, the sight of these glowing spectacles dangling from Tim's pepperonis is the only thing strong enough to distract me from Libby Jack's flaky nature. Last week, he scoffed at an ice caller's offer to take him to a ball game because he had an imaginary tea time.
I did play that day.
And this week, he's skipping one of St. Louis's finest men's weddings to go to a different imaginary wedding that even his imaginary girlfriend isn't even invited to. What else are you going to flake on? One of your city's only 2 professional major sports teams? Oh, wait. Get me out of here and get me to God's country, where men who can be anything choose to be not men at all and rather transition to stay-at-home moms and text into a morning drive sports talk show under their alias, and where married hobos with liens on their bong collections browse Victoria's Secret catalogs for their pretend wives. It's where I belong. Enjoy Easter weekend, or as you godless perverts would call it, the weekend. Doug, that comes from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Convex piece of Tim's skull.
And it just got deleted.
He's new.
I just was looking at it, and it just got, or something else got deleted.
The jogger guy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we have a record of it.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The question I got for you is what you got.
I guess I'll go with a fella by the name of Martin's neighbor.
I echo that sentiment.
Martin's neighbor.
Martin's neighbor is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'm heading down the hallway to do the spread zone. Jackson is boycotting it because we're talking hockey, even though he just went 14-2 in college basketball. People are going to be wondering where you are. BK and Ferrario are who's coming in here next. That's coming up on 101 ESPN for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.